You know the drill by now. We gotta let the stream breathe for just a second here and make sure that everything is nice and stable all across the YouTube platform. Welcome in, Broncos country, to this Denver Broncos Syndicate Draft Day stream, Day 2 edition, where we figure to have some actual action from the Denver Broncos. They did not pick yesterday due to trading the 30th overall pick to Miami in the Jalen Waddle trade. That pick bounced around a few different teams. It went from Miami to San Francisco to the Jets, and they ended up taking Omar Cooper Jr. The Denver Broncos make their first pick at the end of the second round, 62 overall. That is the third to last pick in the second round, and I'm really excited because I believe the Denver Broncos are going to have a good chance to come away with a good player tonight. Will they stay at 62? That's the big question. There are some scenarios where the Broncos can trade up. There are also some scenarios where the Broncos can trade down. So I'm looking forward to everything transpiring and unfolding. We are less than 10 minutes from the San Francisco 49ers being put on the clock and round 2 officially kicking off. Last night was a really fun round 1 stream. We got to see quite a few surprises, none bigger than the Los Angeles Rams drafting Ty Simpson with the 13th overall pick. I'd also say Caleb Banks to the Vikings was pretty shocking. I would say Carnell Tate to the Titans was another pretty shocking one. So there were all kinds of twists and turns last night, and I imagine there are going to be plenty of twists and turns tonight. So let's start saying hi to some people here. We've got Maverick saying, have to work during day 2 of the draft. See you at some point tomorrow. That sucks, man. We got Ethan in the house. Good to see you. Dermeyer NFL says, I'm here. Ronnie says, good evening. We got BB Conklin in the house saying we're going to take a linebacker. We got Holy Dyer saying let's get a few starters in this draft. So, going to BB's comment here saying we're going to take a linebacker. That's very possible. The board has fallen quite well for the Broncos at linebacker, tight end, running back. Defensive line is looking pretty good, but reports indicate there's going to be a pretty early run on defensive tackles, so Denver might not be able to dip in on that early action, but you look at linebacker where there's probably going to be multiple really good players available, including guys like Jacob Rodriguez, maybe, fingers crossed on that one, Jake Galday out of Cincinnati, Anthony Hill, the linebacker out of Texas, C.J. Allen's a potential option there, Josiah Trotter is somebody who's been heavily mocked, the linebacker out of Missouri, to the Denver Broncos. We've talked about him in a few separate videos, so that's a name to potentially keep an eye on for the Broncos at 64. As far as other positions are concerned, tight end is going to be one we keep an eye on. I think there are 3 big names there to watch in the second round. You've got Eli Stowers out of Vanderbilt, you've got Max Clare out of Ohio State, and you've got Sam Roush out of Stanford. Personally, I'd like the Broncos to trade back a little bit and maybe nab Roush towards the top of the 3rd round because he's a true inline tight end. Schematically, he fits what the Denver Broncos are trying to do. Long term, I feel like a guy like Stowers or maybe even Max Clare could work. But the problem with both of them is that they're big slot players. They're not blockers. They're not going to play the inline Y tight end position. So they're a little bit redundant with Evan Ingram for this season alone. So what's the plan for them for 2026? I don't know. If they were to get one of those 2 guys, I feel like the plans more so would be for 2027 and beyond once the Denver Broncos move on from Evan Ingram. Then you move into running back, and Mike Washington is probably my favorite running back that's left on the board, and in my opinion, the only running back that would be worth taking in the second round. He's got one problem. That is his fumbling issues, but Sean Payton has indicated multiple times that that can be corrected in a young running back. But Washington has everything else. Burst, explosiveness, vision. He can receive out of the backfield. His pass protection is solid, and he complements what the Broncos currently have in their running back room with J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. And yes, Jaleel McLaughlin and Tyler Bidet are still in the mix as well. So is Deuce Vaughn. But at the end of the day, I feel like Mike Washington would be a really good complementary piece for the Denver Broncos. Wide receiver. This is a position that I don't think Denver is necessarily going to target, but if they were to target wide receiver, there are 3 players I'm looking at. Denzel Boston out of Washington, Jeremy Bernard out of Alabama, and Chris Bell out of Louisville. Those are probably the 3 guys that I would target at wide receiver, and I've learned in this business to expect the unexpected. Nobody expected the Broncos to go after a DB in round 1 last year, and that's what they ended up coming away with. So we're going to be reviewing almost every position outside of quarterback because we already know they're not going to take a quarterback at 62. Almost anything else, I would say, is on the table. Maybe not edge rusher. I don't have any edge rushers listed here. I'd be highly shocked if they were to take an edge rusher at 62, but again, you never know, man. Offensive line is something that I would really keep an eye on. There is heavy potential for offensive line to get drafted at 62 for the Broncos. Somebody who's got positional flexibility. Somebody who can play inside and outside. 3 names to keep an eye on. Jennings Dunker out of Iowa. Emmanuel Pregnon out of Oregon, and he's a Denver kid, so I would definitely love that one just from a personal standpoint. Pregnon, kind of a strictly interior player. Jennings Dunker, he's got inside and outside flex. And then Chase Bisontis, he's got guard and center flex out of Texas A&M. So that's another offensive lineman that I would keep an eye on for 62. On the interior defensive line, I got a sick feeling all 3 of these cats are going to be gone by the time the Denver Broncos pick. I think there's going to be a really early run on interior defensive line, but Lee Hunter out of Texas Tech, Caden McDonald, who was kind of surprised to not go in the first round, and then Christian Miller out of Georgia. We already went over the linebackers, and then in the secondary, again, I'm not going to anticipate the Broncos going in that direction, but expect the unexpected, and you've got Colton Hood, who I had a high second-round grade on, and I know Jermon McCoy is a popular name. I'm just really concerned about the medicals. You've also got Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, who fell out of the first round. So those are 2 secondary players. If Denver has some opportunity to get them, maybe they will. But ultimately, I feel like tight end, running back, inside linebacker is going to be the direction that they go with the 62nd overall pick. So let's go ahead and get back in the chat here. Jordan asks, what would it cost to trade up to like 45? Pick 45 has been what we've been talking about these past few days, where Denver could maybe trade up to if a player they really like starts to fall. I feel like you'd be talking about your 4th round pick and maybe a pick next year, but I don't know, man. At this point, I don't believe the Denver Broncos are going to trade up. You can't teach 35-inch vertical for sure. I really like Dunker. He would be a perfect top drawer guard and matches perfectly with Miners. We got Doc saying, let's freaking go. Still a lot of linebackers, and everyone is going to try and find the next Carson Schweschinger. That's true, man, but Carson Schweschinger was kind of a lucky find there for the Cleveland Browns. It's going to be hard to replicate that kind of production as a rookie linebacker. This is a really loaded linebacker class, and I'm confident that if Denver wants to get a good linebacker, they will be able to get a good linebacker. What's going on, Turtle? Good to see you. Hope you are doing well. All right, so looks like we are just a minute or 2 away from San Francisco being put on the clock. And Ian Rappaport says, with trade options on the table, the 49ers are likely to pick rather than trade at 33. So there are some trade scenarios that have been rumored throughout the day. The Browns, the Steelers, the Saints, and the Dolphins are among teams that are looking to move up. And then the 49ers, Cardinals, and Bills, who have the first 3 picks in the 2nd round, have all been rumored to be fielding calls about moving down. So this is going to be really interesting. We saw quite a few trades yesterday. Maybe not as many as some would have anticipated, but we're rocking and rolling, Broncos country. This is going to be super duper fun. We'll see if the Denver Broncos do end up staying at 62, but we're here reacting to every single pick from every single team, giving our thoughts, giving our analysis. If you guys want to support the channel, please be sure to smash that like button as well as subscribe and ring the bell so these videos appear in your notification feed. I would really appreciate it. Those are both free and easy ways to show your support, helps tell YouTube's algorithm to push us out, and it helps us get seen by more and more members of Broncos country just like you and me. Brendan says, good to see you, Gage. What's going on, man? We got Roan saying, who did the Chargers draft in the first round? So the Chargers, they ended up filling a really big need on the edge. They got Akeem Messidor, a player that I thought was going to go earlier to Tampa Bay, but Tampa Bay had Ruben Bain fall right into their lap. So they went with Akeem Messidor, kind of their long-term succession plan for Khalil Mack. I'm really, really nervous about that pick because I think that Messidor is a really, really good player. Somebody that could profile into maybe not necessarily being a 15 to 20 sack guy per year, but a perennial double-digit sack guy, absolutely. We got Ethan saying, go Broncos. If you had to put a percentage on it, what are the chances of us trading up to get Rodriguez? I mean, probably 5 to 10%. I wouldn't say they're very high. If he does fall beyond 45, maybe to the 50s range, that's when the percentages could go up there. All right, so we are currently waiting for the 49ers to make their pick. And another rumor coming out, according to Jordan Schultz, is that the Giants might be looking to trade Kayvon Thibodeau. That's after they ended up selecting Arvell Reese yesterday. The plan for Reese, according to John Harbaugh, is that he's going to play will as well as off-ball linebacker. So we'll see, man. Are they going to move on from Kayvon Thibodeau tonight? One team that has reportedly been interested is the New Orleans Saints, which makes sense. That's where Thibodeau is from. So that is definitely something to keep an eye on. Could Kayvon Thibodeau get moved tonight? Yeah, unfortunately, it is a pretty low percentage. I don't think that Rodriguez is destined to be a Denver Bronco as much as I would love it. I'd give up a kidney to get Jacob Rodriguez here, but realistically, I don't think that's going to happen. All right, so we are waiting on the 49ers. I'm on the TV right now. Looks like Roger Goodell is doing his little introductory speech here. Twitter was moving a lot faster yesterday than the TV was. And just in case you guys don't know, we spoil the picks. We do reveal them as soon as we have them on Twitter, and it will be before they're announced on TV. So I just want to give you guys a fair warning there. I will give you guys some time to leave before I announce the pick in case you don't want it spoiled, especially when it comes to the Broncos pick. I'll give you plenty of opportunity if you don't want me to spoil the pick, but just a fair warning, I might react to it just like a shock or, oh my God, or whatever when it does happen because sometimes I can't contain my excitement. So I'm really, really excited for that. And just in case you guys don't want the pick spoiled, you guys can exit when it is time to do so. So we're still waiting on the 49ers here to make the first pick and kick off the festivities. TV says that they're officially on the clock, but as we know, we're not going off of the TV. We're going off of Twitter. Again, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And adding to the Kayvon Thibodeau saga, he just posted the Paul Walker meme, goodbye, on his Instagram account, so he might be gone, man. Yesterday was so stress-free without a pick. And even today, the Broncos are going to pick, but I'm not stressed about it. They don't have to come away with an elite, transcendent talent in this year's draft. It would be awesome if they did, but that's just the cherry on top. This roster is already in a really good spot. Many NFL executives call this roster the best from top to bottom in the entire league, and I would agree with that. It would be nice to reinforce it and add some depth, but I'm not going to sit here and be super upset if the board doesn't fall Denver's way and they end up with a player who's more in their long-term plans as opposed to their short-term plans. I probably will end up grading the Broncos pick on a curve considering just how the board falls. If there's a more short-term vision player available and they take a long-term vision player, that might negatively impact the grade. But if there isn't that type of player available, then I don't think I'm going to negatively affect their grade that much, if that makes any sense. Got D-Rock in the house. What's going on, man? Saying let's effing go, folks. It is going to be a little while before the Broncos make their pick, assuming, of course, they stay at 62. So I'd imagine that we're not going to see Denver for at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half. This should go till about 9:30, kind of like last night. Last night was nice, man. The draft was moving super duper quick, and we were able to evaluate the player and then get on to the next pick relatively quickly. There wasn't a lot of dead time, which I can definitely appreciate. But we do have a little bit of dead time to start off with here, though, because San Francisco is kind of dragging along with the pick. Rap Sheet reported that they're likely to stay where they are, but maybe they are fielding some trade offers. We'll see on that one. As far as needs for the 49ers, offensive line, you know, they did get Trent Williams back, which is great for them. They still could use some help there. Edge rusher, Nick Bosa got hurt last year, and they had the lowest sack numbers in the entire league. Wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk, still technically on the roster, but they've made clear that he's not going to play for them in the future. Interior defensive line, safety, those are all needs for the 49ers, and we could see one of those players coming off the board here. I would not be surprised if we see the three defensive tackles, Christian Miller, Lee Hunter, and Caden McDonald, all go off the board. Boom, boom, boom. I'm waiting for your reaction when Jacob Rodriguez gets picked. Yeah, I'm going to be bummed for sure, but I'm not going to hold a funeral either. How far do you expect Jacob Rodriguez to fall? I mean, Cincinnati, I think they pick in the 40s. Let me double check where Cincinnati is. They pick blah, blah, blah at 41. I've seen that commonly mocked to them. So 41 with Cincinnati might be the lowest spot that Jacob falls. Damn, Marquee Sports Denver is doing a 6-man show. That's crazy. I mean, nothing against multi-person shows. I do a multi-person show every single week on the 5280 podcast, but I definitely like the solo vibe for the draft streams. I feel like you don't have people talking over each other and stuff like that. Spider's Lair says, love Broncos country. Good to see you, Spider's Lair. All right, so we're still waiting. We're 8 minutes in to San Francisco being on the clock. So I believe it's 7 minutes between second round picks. Is that right? Yeah, Rodriguez would be a great pick for the Bengals defense. Texans, I could see that as well, develop under DeMeco Ryans. I could definitely see that one. Who are the Denver Broncos going to trade up with? I mean, I don't think they're going to trade up, to be perfectly honest. I strongly doubt at this point in time that they're going to trade up. Darn, that's a significant way from 62. What would it take to move up there? Maybe a 7th in next year's late round pick? Oh, no. You would have to give up probably your 4th and maybe a pick next year as well. I don't think it's worth it. You'd have to give up probably your best out of your 2 4ths. So, no, for me, I'm going to pass on that. If he falls really, really close, then you do it. But I just don't think that's the direction that Denver's ultimately going to go. 7 round 2, 5 round 3. Gotcha. All right, so that means that this should go pretty smoothly here unless teams really drag ass. And yesterday they weren't, so hopefully that's not the case today. In the garage, working on my 64 Impala, drinking a cold one, listening to my guy Gage get it. What's up, Spider Fair? He's a hardcore Broncos fan, too. Indeed, indeed. Oh, wow. Okay. So, 49ers are going with Deshaun Stribling, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss. Okay, so that's a player that could probably step in and fill that Brandon Ayuk role. He could be one of their outside threats at wide receiver, and he's got slot flexibility as well. So I feel like this is a really, really solid pick here for the 49ers. Let me go ahead and pull up my notes here on Stribling. Just give me 1 second here. Is it maybe a little bit of a reach for sure? But he can be that X receiver, kind of fill again that Brandon Ayuk role. So where he's going, he's got good body control. He is somebody who does need to work on his route running a little bit, so that is kind of a downside for him. But overall, I would probably give this pick a solid B considering the need for the 49ers. It is a slight reach, though, I would say. That is the only downside. I feel like you could have gotten Stribling in the later on in the second round, maybe even in the third round. So that is the one true downside right there. Who do you hit? That had the biggest reach last night. I'm thinking Pittsburgh. I mean, Ty Simpson was kind of a reach in my opinion. Do you like Jonah Coleman? Cecil likes him a lot. I'm not as high on Jonah Coleman as Cecil is. I know Cecil really likes him. I have some questions about his vision and his run style. I feel like he kind of runs with bricks tied to his cleats sometimes, and that bogs him down. Make sure I spell Deshaun's name right. Zhaun. All right, so that is the first pick of the afternoon. Off to a really strong start. So now we've got the Arizona Cardinals on the clock, followed by the Buffalo Bills and the Las Vegas Raiders. There were some early rumors about teams looking to trade up, so does one of these teams look to trade down? We'll see. Lee Hunter, fall baby fall. I agree, man. I agree. I don't like the Love pick or Ty Simpson. Yeah, I really despise the Love pick. The Cardinals don't have the offensive line for a running back to be effective, no matter how good the running back is. I think Love was honestly the second best player overall in the draft, but at the end of the day, he's just not going to have the opportunities to be successful. We saw that with Ashton Genty last year. I mean, the offensive line for the Cardinals is slightly better. Well, and yeah, they just made it even better. They just got Chase Bisontis out of Texas A&M, somebody who we talked about a little bit earlier. He's got guard and center flex, so maybe the Cardinals had that vision in mind. Get your running back in the first round, and then early in the second round, get the offensive lineman, somebody who can be a road grader for you up front. And I think that that's what Bisontis can do. So that actually makes me feel a lot better about the Arizona Cardinals taking Jeremiah Love right there. And that might improve the Love grade. I think I gave that a C-. I'll bump that up now to a C+. And I'm going to give the Chase grade an A- because that's good value, and I feel like that fills a really big need for Arizona. They desperately needed interior offensive line help. Left tackle, left guard isn't in the worst shape, but center, right guard, right tackle in really poor shape. And they definitely just fixed either center or guard right there, depending on what position they want to play Chase at. All right. So that is a really good pick for them. Nope, it just started, Lord. It starts an hour earlier for the second round. All right, so the Buffalo Bills are now on the board. And looks like we are moving at a pretty nice fast pace here, which I can appreciate. Let me know, guys, what would be your dream scenario for the Denver Broncos at 62? Drop those down in the chat below. I would love to hear from you guys. Yeah, looks like 49ers fans aren't a fan of the Stribling pick. You could have gone with Denzel Boston, man. I mean, you could have gone with Denzel Boston. You could have gone with Jeremy Bernard. You could have gone with Chris Bell. I understand the vision for Stribling, but that is a little bit early for my taste. You could have probably traded down and got him. And it's kind of redundant, too, because you did bring in Mike Evans, who's going to be, obviously, one of your outside receivers. I don't know, man. The more and more I think about the fit for the 49ers, the less and less I like it. They had James Conner announce the pick. I don't think that Conner's going to be there. I've heard some trade rumors surrounding him. That's honestly pretty funny. Bills should get Boston since they don't like Coleman. That would not surprise me at all. Honestly, I love that fit for Buffalo. Oh, nope, they're going with TJ Parker instead. All right, so TJ Parker, kind of a bigger-bodied edge rusher. And considering the defensive scheme that Buffalo plays, I feel like this could make some solid sense here for them. They needed help on the edge. Buffalo traded down 3 times, and they ended up with pick number 35. And so TJ Parker, in some schemes, you can maybe kick him inside if you put a little bit more weight on him. But I think Buffalo is going to end up playing him on the edge. Overall, I'd say this is a solid pick as far as the measurables go for TJ Parker. So he is 6'3", 263 pounds. If you put maybe 15 pounds on him, you could probably kick him inside. He has the flexibility to do that. He's got the speed. He's got a solid bull rush. As far as an NFL comp for him, Dante Fowler Jr. kind of fits the bill right there. Probably not the highest ceiling player, but he does have good explosiveness. His 2024 tape was better than his 2025 tape, so he was a little bit more consistent in that previous year, but he had a really good Senior Bowl, and that's ultimately what kind of jacked up the stock for him. So overall, kind of a classic B-level pick right there for Buffalo. They had the need, and it filled the need, but it's one where I'm not overwhelmed or underwhelmed. I'm just kind of whelmed. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's fine. That's just fine to me. We need a tight end. My dream scenario for the Broncos would be a defensive tackle. I mean, if you could somehow get Lee Hunter, that would be incredible. Would love a tight end. Don't know if any of them are day one impact players. And that's a fair argument. Even my favorite tight end is Sam Rouch. Is he necessarily a day one impact player? Probably not, but that's why you have Adam Troutman and Evan Ingram, because they're going to be your immediate starters out the gate. My favorites, Jacob, not getting him, Anthony Hill, Kyle Lewis, Pregnon, and Christian Miller, all really, really good choices there. Bills fans were pissed they traded back. Let's see if they redeem themselves. I mean, I'm glad they traded back if TJ Parker was their guy from the get-go. That makes it a better move for them. Okay, so the Texans are trading up to number 36. Houston receives number 36 and 117. The Raiders receive 38 and 91. So the Houston Texans are now on the clock. Oh, and they're taking Caden McDonald. Oh, wow. Caden McDonald is going to the Houston Texans. I think the New York Giants probably wanted him as a potential Dexter Lawrence replacement, and They just jumped him. So Caden McDonald, I had a first round grade on him, and I think that he's going to slide in and maybe fill. You think about D'Amico Ryans and where he came from, that San Francisco 49ers defense. I think he's going to slide in and fill that sort of DeForest Buckner role on that Texans defensive line for that scheme. Oh, man. Oh, that is such a good move for them, man. That is such a good move. And we know that the Texans love their Ohio State guys. Oh, man, that's an A-plus pick. I love that fit. I love the player, and I really love the fit right there. All right, so the G-men are now on the clock after the Texans trade up to get Caden McDonald. Oh, I love that one for them. Gotta respect Houston, man. They are committing to building in the trenches this year. What tight end would you get as of right now? I'm a Sam Roush guy, but I would probably trade down to get him personally. ESPN has Eli Stowers as the best available tight end. I mean, yes, I would agree with that, but I just don't know if the fit makes sense for Denver because you still have Evan Ingram. Oh, man, the Giants are probably fuming about this one. Oh, I bet the Giants are absolutely fuming about this one, man. They probably had Caden McDonald on their radar because they really needed to fill that role after losing Dexter Lawrence. Kudos, Howie Roseman, like the Eagles did to Pittsburgh yesterday. Yeah, that was fantastic. And Texans just did the exact same thing. Smart for them, man. ESPN had us taking Trotter out of Mizzou. We've talked about Trotter several times on the channel. He's a two-down thumper. Isn't going to bring a whole lot as a coverage player, but as a run defender and a blitzer, he definitely brings a lot of value. Smart player, and I think long-term could be an Alex Singleton replacement for the Denver Broncos if that's the direction that they want to go. Rock and roll, let's go Bronx. Get someone good. How do you feel about the past picks? So I really, really like the Caden McDonald pick. I think that's just a really big-time steal for the Texans. TJ Parker, I thought was fine. Maybe a little bit of a reach, but it makes sense for Buffalo because they had a need there. Chase Bisontis, I absolutely love that for Arizona, and it kind of helps make the Jeremiah Love pick a little bit more justifiable. And the Stribling pick, I feel like that was a reach by San Francisco. They did move down to get him, but I still feel like that was a reach. I'm really happier with the fourth round tight end options than with inside linebacker at 108 and 111. I agree. If you're going to get your linebacker, you're probably going to have to get him at 62. Oh, the Giants go with Colton Hood. Ooh, man, the Giants are low-key crushing it this draft, man. Holy crap. So the Giants get Arvell Reese, Francis Mauigoa, and now they get Colton Hood, a cornerback who I had a high second-round grade on. Oh, man, the Giants are actually having a really strong draft. I said the same thing about their 2022 draft, though, and it ended up sucking. So we'll see if this ends up panning out for them long term, but I love Colton Hood, and I feel like he was probably the best corner that was still available. There's just the injury concerns with Jermod McCoy, and that's probably going to turn a lot of teams off. That's why he didn't get drafted yesterday. No, we have not picked yet. Broncos are not going to pick for a little while. The second round just started. Yeah, I love the Colton Hood pick there for them, man. He's a man-to-man corner. Had a true second round grade on him. So that means that the value is pretty much perfect for him. He's going to come in and play in that aggressive style defense where they don't necessarily play a lot of true man-to-man, but they play a lot of match coverage, which is going to translate well to what Colton Hood does and what his game is. So, good fit for them, man. Really, really solid fit. So we keep checking. Looks like the Raiders are on the clock right now. Yeah, I feel like in a match zone scheme, Colton Hood can work out really well. And that is the type of defense that the Giants are going to be running this year. I believe Anthony Weaver is their new defensive coordinator, and he runs that Jesse Minter style scheme that's kind of taken over the league. It's got some of the elements of Vic Fangio's defense, but they don't play as much soft, squishy zone coverage. They play a lot more tight match zone coverage, which I appreciate. Man, I want us to get someone tired of watching everyone else cook. We'll get someone, just be patient. It's about time the Eagles get some competition in that division from the Giants. I mean, I think the Commanders have had a good draft. The Cowboys have had a good draft. This division, as always, is going to be competitive. I'm not sold on CJ Stroud, but we'll see. I like CJ Stroud a lot more than the general consensus public does. I feel like the Texans' offensive line has been an absolute disaster, and it's sped up CJ's internal clock and kind of forced him to make some questionable decisions. I'm hoping if you can improve the protection, and they did get Rutledge in the first round of the draft, so that is a positive step for them, and maybe that'll make CJ Stroud look more like the rookie year's CJ Stroud as opposed to the CJ Stroud we saw at the end of last year. Who are suitors for our preferred inside linebacker before 62? Rams, Bears, Jaguars, Eagles. Who else? Let's see here. I kind of have it written down in my notes. Give me 1 second. So I would say Bengals for sure. Saints might have a need there. Bucks, Colts. Texans and Rams. Those are probably the teams that I would keep an eye on. All right, so the Raiders are on the clock right now. I'm still waiting to see who they pick. Perhaps they're entertaining some trade down opportunities. So after the Raiders, we've got the Browns, the Chiefs, the Bengals, and the Saints on the clock. I'd say we're moving at a really nice pace so far, guys. Not a whole lot of dead time. And one of the big questions is, when will the Denzel Boston and Jermod McCoy slide stop? Syndicate knows he just does. Hey, man, I get a lot of stuff wrong. And I mean a lot of stuff wrong. So, yeah, it's very possible right now that the Raiders are entertaining trade down opportunities. Man, my camera is focusing terribly tonight. Good Lord. Might be time to invest in a new camera. Jesus Christ. Do you think they're looking for a play now guy or more of a Savion and Q player? I feel like they're just waiting to see how the board falls. If they can get a play now player, great, but it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if they came away with more of a depth guy. Because this roster is in such a good spot. Oh, they go with Arizona safety Traden Stukes. Oh, man. Downhill thumper type player. You can use Stukes all over the place. He's somebody who can play deep range safety, but can also be downhill in the box. He can defend the run. He can be a solid blitzer. Ooh, man. I like that pick for the Raiders. Yeah, that is a really solid pick for Las Vegas right there. I wonder if I close this door, will the focus... Ooh, that actually did help the focus a little bit. There we go. Raiders should get Boston. Well, they ended up going with Stukes instead. We'll see how much further Boston falls, man. Draft Diamonds loves the pick. You can play him inside. You can play him outside. You've got all kinds of versatility there with Traden Stukes. Eli Stowers continues to fall. Jacob Rodriguez continues to fall. Lee Hunter continues to fall. So I would say that right now, the beginning of the second round is working out about as well as you could ask for the Denver Broncos. Lone Wolf says, let's go day 2. And we got 45 people in the house. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I really, really appreciate it. I want to make sure that I've got my thumbnail ready to go here for when we make our pick. Looks like I'm good to go there. Excellent. Any word on Bo Nix's foot healing? It's healing up great. He's on schedule, and he looks like he's going to fully participate in all off-season activities. So the recovery is going about as well as you could ask for Bo Nix. Do you think Mendoza will carry or will he fall? I'm not concerned about Mendoza himself as much as I am the roster around him. Are the Raiders going to put him in a position to be successful? I don't know if they are. That's my big concern right now for Fernando Mendoza. Babysitting right now. They all went with my wife for ice cream. I can finally watch the stream for a few minutes. Who do you want, Gage? I mean, in an ideal world, it's going to be Jacob Rodriguez or Lee Hunter, but I don't think that's going to realistically happen. So I'd say trade down for Sam Roush. Wow, so the Browns go with Denzel Boston. They're rebuilding their wide receiving core. Yesterday they drafted Casey Concepcion as more of a slot option, and now you've got Denzel Boston as an outside guy. Their receiving room is interesting. You've got Jerry Jeudy there. You've got Isaiah Bond, who showed quite a bit of flashes as a rookie. The Browns lucked into Bond because he had those legal issues that pushed him out of the draft, and they got him as an undrafted free agent. But now they add Denzel Boston to the mix. I don't think they expected Denzel Boston to be there at pick number 39. That's a solid pick for them, and I'm not going to lie, I think that means Jerry Jeudy might be on his way out the door in Cleveland. I don't think you're going to be able to get much for him in a trade, maybe a bag of potato chips, but I like that the Browns are committing to a youth movement and actually getting some weapons for whoever their quarterback is and guys who can actually catch the ball. So yeah, I'm curious to see what this one means for Jerry Jeudy, man. He might be bye-bye after this. Move off of Jeudy if possible in his bad culture. I don't know. I think Jerry Jeudy and the Browns are a match made in heaven. I think they fit perfectly together. Surprised they didn't trade Jerry Jeudy for a Twix bar and a 2085 7th round pick. I don't even think people are going to give that up at this point. I think there is a world out there where Jerry Jeudy gets cut, especially because of the contract. I don't know how much he's on the hook for financially this year, but, oh man. Jeudy was terrible last year, BB. Year before he was solid, but it didn't translate into the Browns winning games. Last year he was the same whiny headache that Broncos fans knew to knew him by. And, oh, he was terrible. Yeah, I think Jerry go bye-bye. All right, so we've got Kansas City now on the clock, followed by Cincy, the Saints, the Dolphins, and the Jets. I'd say we're still a good half hour, 45 minutes from the Denver Broncos making their pick. Probably even longer than that. I gotta be honest, I haven't really studied Jack Kelly that much. That's one of those players that if we draft him, I'll study him kind of thing. It would be an overpay. Jerry Jeudy sucks, man. He's got no value. He's got negative value. Like, the Browns might have to give up a draft pick just for a team to take on that bloated whale of a deal. Now, before the draft is over, the Browns need to draft a QB2 just for that role, and he'll be in the system and can learn it. I mean, I think that's what they're hoping Dylan Gabriel can be long-term. I don't think Dylan Gabriel's very good, so I don't know about that strategy for them. Oh, man, the Chiefs just continue to load up on their defense. They go with Oklahoma edge rusher R. Mason Thomas. So they've got George Karlaftis in that building already on the edge, and they just gave him a new complimentary piece. The Chiefs have some pretty significant history of drafting Oklahoma players right there. I mean, at the end of the day, you can respect what Kansas City's trying to do, man. They're trying to build up that defense and try to inject some youth into it, and I can respect that. I can definitely respect that, but I still don't think it's going to be enough for them to be contenders in the AFC. But bringing up my little write-up here on our new division rival. Just give me one quick second. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's got the explosiveness and he's got the athleticism. Size-wise, 6'2", 242 pounds. That is a little bit undersized for an edge rusher, so that is intriguing with Kansas City. They're not exactly known for drafting undersized edge rushers. What is Steve Spagnuolo's vision for him? But he's got the athleticism, the twist, the burst. He's got some nice moves on the edge, so I could see this working, but I don't know, man. I question the fit. I question the fit for KC. Competent wide receivers always have value as teams always need to another one on the playoffs. I mean, I don't think that Judy's a competent wide receiver. I just don't. I'm so behind. The Browns pick hasn't even been announced. Yeah, the TV is extremely behind on their picks. As of right now, we're waiting on the Bengals. Oh, and the Bengals go with another edge rusher and Cassius Howell out of Texas A&M. This is kind of another one, man, where I feel like this is a little bit of a reach. I mean, he's got short arms, so that is a downside for Cassius Howell. He's somebody who needs to win with just pure technique, and he's got that technique. That is one plus side for him, but he just seems pretty limited in what he brings as an all-around edge rusher. You're probably going to have to take him off the field on rundowns. I mean, they needed an edge rusher. They needed to replace Trey Hendrickson, but you've got a guy like Zion Young on the board still. I don't know, man. I don't feel great about that. Even Gabe Jacost out of Illinois, I would have liked that fit a little bit better for them. So, Cassius Howell, I'm going to give that pick a B-. That's kind of a mid-tier pick for me. Not good, not great, not special, just fine. Christian Miller to the Saints. Yep, Christian Miller to the Saints. So, defensive tackle out of Georgia. All right. New Orleans, they run a Brandon Staley defense, so he's probably going to play 3 technique for them, most likely. So, bringing in my little write-up here on Christian Miller. I actually really, really like Christian Miller. And as far as his measurables here, 6'3", 321 pounds, bigger bodied interior defensive lineman, something that I would have actually liked for Denver. I do see flashes of Kenny Clark, man. He's got the size, he's got the speed, he's got the strength, he's got the burst, he's got the anchor. So, yeah, I think that fitting into a Brandon Staley defense, I feel like he could kind of be what the Denver Broncos utilized Domata Peko, Mike Purcell in that similar defensive scheme with Vic Fangio. Very similar size profile to those players. So we have the meats, baby. He definitely brings some beef. The board is falling really well. I love how it's going at running back, tight end, linebacker. You're faster than Adam Schefter's Syndicate sources. Gage got to know Madrid. Draft Diamonds is on it today, man. And Miller was a top 30 visit for the Denver Broncos. However, the Broncos have only drafted 3 top 30 visits in the George Payton era. Riley Moss, Bo Nix, and Nick Bonito. So, sometimes the Broncos bringing in top 30 players might not mean anything. 51 people in the house. Thank you guys so much. Really, really appreciate it. Is that pick 9 or pick 10? That's pick 10 for Cassius. Or no, Christian Miller now. Sorry. Let me change that. Okay, so now we've got Miami on the clock at 43, followed by the Jets, the Ravens, the Buccaneers, the Colts, and the Falcons. All the players we want are going to be there at 62, and Peyton is still going to draft someone none of us thought of. I mean, I've learned to expect the unexpected doing this job, man. You've got to expect anything. The Broncos can come out of left field and do something that nobody would have thought of, but that's why you've got to expect everything. Chances on Moss getting traded, I've heard some rumors about it. Possible, yes. Probable, no. They like Riley Moss as a long-term boundary corner. I've heard possibilities about extending him. If somebody offers a second-round pick for him, I don't think that Denver would be able to turn that down. Everybody's available at the right price, but I think the right price for Riley is pretty steep. All right, we're still waiting on Miami here. Texans got a steal. Yeah, I agree, man. I had a first-round grade on McDonald. And I know that the Giants are really upset about that one. Oh, leave it to Andrew Mason for the fine details. At the current pace, the Broncos will go on the clock at 6:48 p.m. Mountain Time if they stay and pick at pick 62. So, Got about an hour until the Denver Broncos are on the clock if the pace currently stays as it is. At least we don't need a kicker. Which draft picks from last year have we given up on? I don't think they've given up on any of them. 1 year is way too soon to give up. I mean, I think they're ready to give RJ Harvey the role that he should have been given from the get-go as kind of a change of pace running back and not depend on him as an every down type player. But I don't think they're giving up on him. So I would say right now there's nobody that they're truly giving up on. I feel like we don't need anything except a tight end and a new backup quarterback. Please draft Diego Pavia. I don't know if Pavia is going to get drafted. I've heard some rumors that if he does go, it's going to be way at the end of the 7th round. So Denver does pick the final 2 picks of the 7th round. Maybe Pavia or one of the backup quarterbacks could be there. Ooh, we got a trade. The Cowboys are trading for 49ers linebacker D. Winters. That's kind of a shock, honestly. Maybe they feel like Winters doesn't fit Raheem Morris's system? Because Winters is a really good linebacker for them. Developed into a starter over these last few years. Seems like they're going back to the old school tandem of Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, and D. Winters is on the outside looking in, and now he goes to Dallas. Interesting. We'll see what the compensation is. Does Dallas have an upcoming pick? So Dallas, they don't have a 2nd round pick. What are they going to do? That's really interesting. Yeah, that pick went to the Jets in the Quinnen Williams trade. So what's the... No! Miami. They just took Jacob Rodriguez, a perennial first-team all-pro type player, somebody who can be an all-around linebacker, defending the run, great coverage guy, great blitzer, very smart, very instinctual. In my opinion, the 2nd best linebacker overall in this class. And he is gone. That's an A+ no notes pick for Miami. And I am going to go cry a river right now. Damn, dude. That one sucks. That one absolutely sucks. I knew that he wasn't going to be there. Oh, and Benjamin Albright says that he spoke too soon. The board continues to break exactly the way Denver wants. This was a top target. I said somewhere around that pick 45 range, and Rodriguez goes at pick 43. Are we going to see a run on inside linebackers right now? That's the big question. This was the area that we knew Jacob was going to go. If it wasn't going to be them, it was probably going to be Cincinnati. Well, Cincinnati just picked. It wasn't going to be Cincinnati. It was probably going to be maybe the Ravens, the Buccaneers, because they just lost Levante David, the Colts, and he is gone. New York Jets are now on the clock at 44, followed by the Baltimore Ravens, the Buccaneers, the Colts, and the Atlanta Falcons. That one's depressing, man. That one is definitely depressing. Jacob Rodriguez, go bye-bye. My hope is that an inside linebacker run does not trigger now. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that too. I've been watching Pavia beat out Nate Johnson and then ball out. I think he would be a great addition to our quarterback class. I love him as the last pick or undrafted free agent. I agree. I feel like that would be a good spot for him, and I think he'd fit the culture. And I'm personally rooting for him because he's from my home state of New Mexico. Oh, the Lions just traded up to pick number 44 with the Jets. So, little Dan Campbell, Aaron Glenn trade right there. So, we've got number 44 going to the Lions in exchange for pick number 50 and 128. What are the Detroit Lions going to do here? Are they potentially looking at one of the other linebackers on the board now that Rodriguez is gone? You've got Jake Galday, you've got Anthony Hill, you've got C.J. Allen, and you've got Josiah Trotter. Those are the linebackers that we're still looking at here. What are the Detroit Lions going to do? That is a bummer about Rodriguez, man. There is a bright side, though. If there is a run on linebackers right now, it's later than anticipated, so Denver can get in on the action. We're going to end up with the Mizzou kid. Oh, well. Hey, man, that wouldn't be a bad pick for Denver, especially as a long-term player who could replace Alex Singleton. Did Tyreek Hill ever get picked up? No, he has not been picked up, but last I saw him, he was barely walking after that injury. Oh, the Lions get their edge rusher. Oh, boy, they go with Derek Moore out of Michigan. Draft the kid right out of their backyard, man. So, he's somebody brings a bull move, rip move, inside swipe move to the table. I mean, as a number 2 edge rusher, pairing him with Aiden Hutchinson, I don't know if they were ever teammates at Michigan, but he's got the arms, he's got the athleticism, 6'4", 255 pounds. That's ideal size for an edge rusher. So that fills a need, and I have to imagine that my guy Derek, who hosts Lions Syndicate, is happy about this one. They've been needing an edge rusher for a long time, and they finally get their edge rusher. And as a Robin to Aiden Hutchinson's Batman, I think this is a really solid move. Again, I can't recall if they played together at Michigan or not, but same alma mater. Thank you so much for joining, Ethan. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Or not wide receiver, Jesus Christ. Thank you so much for joining. All right, so the Detroit Lions come up for Derek Moore. Baltimore Ravens are now on the clock at 45, followed by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Indianapolis Colts, the Atlanta Falcons, and the Minnesota Vikings. The Dolphins will have the number 1 draft pick type of year. I agree, but that's what they need long term. Only about a quarter of second rounders even become starters. If they wanted Jacob, they should have traded up. Well, that's kind of an indication that they didn't want Jacob that badly. Or they felt like he wasn't going to go quite this early. Let's see if I can hit the trash can. Oh, I rimmed out. Damn. I'm happy every time an edge rusher gets picked. I agree, because that pushes another player to position of need back down towards Denver. Do you know the Colts still have more division titles than the Jets this century? That's crazy. It's about time I join. I mean, before you know it, my selfie with you will be worth millions. I don't know if I'm ever going to hit it that big, but we'll see. So at this point in time, there's only one player that I feel like is still worth trading up for if I'm Denver, and that's Lee Hunter. But at this rate, Hunter might slide down. 19 spot for Jacob would have been too rich. Yeah, they would have had to give up a pretty significant amount of capital. But still, it sucks when you know that a player that has such good potential comes off the board like that. It definitely sucks. Okay, so Zion Young comes off the board right here to the Baltimore Ravens. So this is interesting. Young definitely is a first-round talent out of Missouri, but there are some concerns with him. His coordination is a little bit off, and that could honestly make it a little bit difficult for him to be a functional pass rusher at the NFL level. He is a bigger bodied guy, so he could slide in and maybe be a 4-3 edge rusher, or you could kick him inside potentially. That is always an option for them. So, yeah, this is really, really interesting, man. Really, really interesting. He's 6'5", 265 pounds. Bull move, swim move, chop move, and spin move. I feel like, you know, if you've got a long-term vision for him, and so if you've got, you know, a spot where he can slide in and maybe develop, that could work out for you. So, yeah, really interesting, man. And the Ravens typically get it right with these sort of trench players, so I'm going to trust them in the direction that they want to go here. I've learned with the Ravens that you kind of just need to trust the process with them, and sometimes they'll hit, sometimes they'll miss, but yeah, it's kind of definitely a trust the process situation with them. Cheers, Turtle. Caleb Elliams-Orr is the linebacker I want the Broncos to get. I don't know about 62 for Caleb. You might have to move down a little bit for him. I feel like maybe the 4th round would be a little bit more realistic for Caleb, to be perfectly honest. I do have linebackers that are higher on the board. Well, I know the Broncos aren't happy about this one. We've got a linebacker off the board right here, and it's a player we've talked about extensively. Buccaneers are going with Josiah Trotter. Tampa Bay had a need at linebacker. They lost Levante David, and Josiah Trotter is a true two-down thumper linebacker who can defend the run, really good blitzer. Isn't going to provide a whole lot for you in coverage, but we've got back-to-back Missouri players off the board. Josiah also has NFL blood. His dad played for the Eagles and was an all-pro player. His brother, Jeremiah Jr., also currently plays for the Philadelphia Eagles. So that one's a bummer, man. That one is a bummer for the Broncos. I know that they really like Trotter, and that was a player that Benjamin Albright had mocked to them at 62. So as far as linebacker options still available, you've got Jake Galde out of Cincinnati. You've got Anthony Hill out of Texas. You've got C.J. Allen still available. But losing Rodriguez and losing Trotter, I think those were the two top linebacker options for the Broncos. ESPN says C.J. Allen is the best player available. I mean, I would probably say that the best player available at linebacker is Jake Galde, but I like Allen as well. I also like Anthony Hill, so those guys aren't bad consolation prizes. All right, so the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock at 47, followed by the Atlanta Falcons at 48 and the Minnesota Vikings at 49. If Denver is going to trade up, this might be the time to do it, because we do have a little bit of a run starting here on linebackers. That is assuming linebacker is the direction they want to go. If Lee Hunter falls to them, man, I'm going to be over the freaking moon. You still have some teams that I am worried about for Lee Hunter. I would say Atlanta's one of them. They just traded away a defensive lineman in Ruka Rororo. They did get one back in Mason Smith, but still, I feel like they've got a need there. You've got the Packers who've got a need on the defensive line. Chargers, Jaguars, Bears, 49ers, Texans. Well, maybe less so for the Texans now after they got Caden McDonald. Those are the ones that I'm concerned about here that might go with Lee Hunter. If Denver really, really wants one of the linebackers, or if they really, really like Lee Hunter, they might have to come up right now to get him. Galde is my pick. Is this round too early for Roush? I mean, I'd probably prefer them to trade down into the third round to get Roush, but if the tight ends start flying off the board and he's the best one that's still available, I'd go after him. If Stowers is gone, then I think Roush is a foregone conclusion. Let's take a look at our current corners. Pat Surtain, Riley Moss, Jaquan McMillan, Jade Barron, Chris Abrams-Drain. Are we happy with this group? I know I am, and am I forgetting anyone? Let's see. Bring in the Broncos depth chart here. Sorry, gonna turn my ad block off. So, you've got Jaden Robinson who's still in the building and Reese Taylor as well, but they're both kind of lottery ticket type players. Anything you get out of them is house money, so that's basically how the room looks right now. The Bucs love taking players the Broncos are interested in. It's true, man. Last year they got Emeka Egbuka, and this year they get Josiah Trotter. That is a tough break for Denver, man, and that is 2 years in a row. But otherwise, I'd say the board is in a pretty good spot. Especially with defensive line, man. You've still got an opportunity to get Lee Hunter. I like the group. I'm just thinking about injuries and depth. That's understandable. And, I mean, if you believe that Jermod McCoy can overcome the injury concerns, that wouldn't be a bad pick either if he falls. The Steelers are trading up with the Indianapolis Colts. All right, so Pittsburgh is now on the clock. Could this be a Lee Hunter destination? I'm not going to lie. Lee Hunter kind of feels like your prototypical Pittsburgh Steeler. Ooh, that concerns me. Could this be Carson Beck right here? There have been some rumblings about Carson Beck, and the Steelers do need a quarterback. All right, the Steelers are sending 53, 135, and 237 to Indianapolis for 47 and 249. So, do the Steelers go Lee Hunter? Do they go with one of the linebackers here? You've also got some offensive line needs. There are still some really good offensive line options on the board. You've got Emmanuel Pregnon and Jennings Dunker available. Could they be after one of these guys? Regardless of how this board falls. Oh, wow. So the Steelers needed a wide receiver, and they just get a wide receiver. They just got Jeremy Bernard. Oh, wow. Jeremy Bernard, the wide receiver out of Alabama, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So the draft is in Pittsburgh this year, and the Steelers definitely needed the help there. Bernard, 6'1", 206 pounds. So that's kind of the size for a Z or potentially a slot player, depending on how you want to use him. My comp for him is actually Adam Thielen, who's, funny enough, actually played with the Steelers last year. He's got raw talent, and I feel like a lot of that potential needs to be tapped into as far as his route running and learning how to control his body, stuff like that. And that will come with time, but as far as a developmentary piece right there for the Pittsburgh Steelers and filling a need, because last year their wide receiver too was Calvin Austin, it makes sense. I've even seen this player mocked to the Denver Broncos before. overall, I would say that this falls pretty well for the Denver Broncos yet again. And, of course, the big story that came out, the Steelers, they wanted to get Mekhi Lemon, and Howie Roseman jumped him and got him instead. They literally called up Lemon. So, Jeremy Bernard is now their consolation prize. That is pretty funny, to be honest. Yes, Jody, Stowers is still available. Wonder why Allen from Georgia has fallen. I don't know. That one is interesting. I figured he would have been gone by now. Can you imagine how pissed everyone would be if we grabbed a corner at 62? It's not out of the realm of possibilities, man. If they feel like Jermod McCoy, if they feel like the injuries are going to hold up for him, I could easily see him being the pick. Where's my phone? Oh, there it is. All right, so we've got the Atlanta Falcons now on the clock, followed by the Minnesota Vikings, the New York Jets, and the Carolina Panthers. We're still approximately 40-ish minutes away from the Broncos making their pick at this current pace. All right, it looks like the pick is in for the Falcons, but they don't have it yet on Draft Diamonds. So I am going to step off screen for just 30 seconds, guys. I will be right back. All right, we are back. So, we've got Atlanta on the clock. Okay, so according to Mike Kliss, the agent for Josiah Trotter, who just went to Tampa Bay, is former Broncos fullback Melvin Bratton. This year's Broncos did have strong interest in Trotter, even though he suffered a late season knee injury. So that is a player that Denver had some heavy interest in, and unfortunately they were unable to get him. Okay, so we've got another corner off the board. Falcons go with Avion Terrell. I wonder if he's related to AJ Terrell. I've never found that out. All right, so Avion Terrell, a player that I haven't really scouted. Oh, it looks like that is AJ's brother. Okay, so he reunites with AJ there in Atlanta. That's pretty cool, man. I did not do a whole lot of scouting on Terrell, but that is really cool that he goes back to his brother, man. All right, so that's more good news for Denver, man. Pushes more and more players down the board. So now we've got the Minnesota Vikings on the clock, and that's actually 17, not 15 in round 2. Or was that 16 that just went? Yes, that was 16 that just went. Okay, there we go. No, that's right. God, stupid freaking camera. Swear to God, man, that is annoying as hell. You can see Den on the NFL Network screen on the very right. Oh, we're coming, man. We are coming. Plenty of good tight ends, linebackers, and running backs left, so naturally we'll take a guard. I'd be happy with that. Collectively, I don't think Broncos country would be, but I would be very pleased with that. How do you feel about the draft right now? I think things are falling about as well as you could ask for Denver. Is it completely perfect? No, you've lost a couple of good players such as Rodriguez and Trotter, but I still feel like Denver's in a good position to get a good player. Maybe Bo could start playing with Tez and we can get some more sibling pairs. I mean, the Bucs really like Tez, so I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon. So stupid we didn't trade up for Rodriguez. I mean, I would have loved to trade up and get him, but it just feels like it would have been way too expensive to do so. I would have been all for it, but it just doesn't feel like it was ever realistic. This is already trade up territory, but I still prefer to trade down from 62 and up from 108 later. And I think that's what the Broncos might end up doing, to be perfectly honest. George Paton wants to acquire as much draft capital as possible. Maybe try to flip that second into 2/3. Oh, Vikings are trading down with Carolina. All right, so Carolina is coming up 2 spots. They've got offensive line needs, which they did address yesterday, but they do still have some additional future needs on the offensive line. They got Monroe Freeling out of Florida yesterday. You got safety as a potential need here. Could this be Emmanuel McNeil-Warren? Vikings also have a safety need. This could be where Emmanuel McNeil-Warren finally comes off. We still have yet to see what the compensation here is, and Panthers are picking at 51, and they just sent 51 and 159 to Minnesota in exchange for 49 and 196. So, in essence, you just did 2 pick swaps right there. Denver might have to do that package and include another pick on top of it if they want to come up to this current spot from 62. Rodriguez would have been too far to trade up for, yeah. Who are the best tight ends left? So you've got Eli Stowers out of Vanderbilt, you've got Max Clare out of Ohio State, and you've got Sam Roush out of Stanford. Those are the top 3 guys right now. Yeah, it sucks, but he wasn't ever going to fall to us. Anthony Hill, maybe if they go linebacker. I would not hate Anthony Hill. As a long-term developmental option at linebacker, I would not hate Anthony Hill. All right, so we are waiting on Carolina's pick. Kids are back from ice cream. Got to hop off. Have a great night, Gage. Take care, Ethan. Have a good one. Oh! Carolina traded up for Lee Hunter. No. Bigger body defensive tackle. Somebody who could have slid in Denver to be a John Franklin Myers replacement. I was keeping my fingers crossed, but instead our old defensive coordinator, Ajero Evero, gets him. Oh, man. One of my guys in this year's draft class, and he just fell off the board. That blows, man. So now that's kind of another heartbreaker right there for Denver. The board still looks decent, but that one stings. That one stings probably more than Jacob. I was thinking maybe there's a chance that Lee falls to us, but nope. All right, so now we've got the New York Jets on the clock, followed by the Minnesota Vikings and the Green Bay Packers. We still got a bit of a ways to go until Denver makes their pick. How's inside linebacker looking? Well, it's not looking as good as it was a few minutes ago. because you have lost Jacob Rodriguez and Josiah Trotter, but Jake Galday, Anthony Hill, and C.J. Allen are still available, so you do still have options at inside linebacker. We need to jump Indianapolis. Snarf Bucket says, damn. D-Rock says, no. Who did we draft? We haven't drafted anybody yet. The Broncos have not made their pick. Maybe Stowers will fall into our laps. I'm not gonna lie, even if Stowers is there at 62, I wouldn't be a huge fan of taking him. I know the fan base would be, but he's just not my kind of tight end, man. I'm not gonna be extremely upset if they take Stowers, but it just wouldn't be my preference. Okay, so we finally have compensation for the D. Winters trade. Pick 152 in the 5th round is going to Dallas, or is going to San Francisco in exchange for Lee Hunter, who's going to Dallas. Yes, we did draft Jalen Waddle. Big facts. Yes, we only have one pick today, unless they trade down, which is very possible. All right, so the Jets just moved down a couple of spots. They're now back on the clock. Followed by the Vikings, the Packers, the Colts, the Eagles, the Chargers, and the Jaguars. Can he block and catch? I want one of them, not another bus slow wide receiver for a tight end. Well, that certainly isn't going to be Eli Stowers or Max Clare. They can't block and catch. They're pure receiving weapons. So if you're looking for a true inline tight end, that's going to be Sam Roush out of Stanford. Last few years, it was possible to get an exciting player. Giving up the first killed that excitement, but happy with Waddle. Interested to see us get some good quality backups or developmental. At this point, you might even get a starter, but we just got to see how this board continues to fall. Would you be happy with Mike Washington at 62? Yes. Yes, 100%. I would have even been okay with a trade up for him, to be perfectly honest. So, yes. God, that's pretty funny that the UFL's playing a game tonight. Who's watching the UFL tonight, man? If they're still on after the draft's over, maybe, but that's pretty funny. I like Jonah Coleman, but more as a 4th round pick as opposed to a 2nd round pick. Coleman's not my favorite fit for Denver. I just see some redundancies with RJ Harvey, the poor vision. I don't like his run style. It feels like he runs with bricks attached to his feet. So, I don't know, man. Not my favorite. Oh, we got another corner off the board. D'Angelo Pons. He's a nickel guy out of Indiana. Small dude at 5'8", 182 pounds. So, yeah, definitely figures to be more of a nickel player at the NFL level. I actually comp him to Marcus Jones at the NFL level, who's the current starting nickel for the Patriots, but he doesn't bring as much return ability as Marcus Jones does. Speedy player, tacky and physical, but that size is going to ultimately limit you at the NFL level. So if the Jets have a vision for him as the starting nickel, which I imagine they do, then yeah, good pick. But he is a tiny, peanut-sized player. Yeah, tiny player, man. So if that is one big knock on D'Angelo Pons, that would be it. Pregnon, I would like Pregnon here. Long term, he'll be your starting left guard after Ben Powers departs at the end of this year. Probably isn't going to play for you this year, but I'm okay with that. And he's a local kid. I was hoping for J-Rod. Poor guy has to go to Miami. Now just get Eli Stowers, I guess. I know that the fans are going to be really happy with Eli Stowers. And if they do take him, the video that I put out should do well. I mean, if they love Roush, no. I'd prefer to trade down, get an extra third, and then get him later on. But if they don't feel like that's possible, then yeah, just go get him. $50 people in the house. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, guys. We are over halfway through the second round. And once the Denver Broncos make their pick, we will be going into video making mode, analyzing it, and getting that video up as soon as possible. So in case you guys are wondering why I might be ignoring the chat a little bit while I get that video out, that is why. Also, once I have the pick on Twitter, I am going to announce it. If you don't want the pick spoiled, I would encourage you to leave this stream and come back after the TV announces the pick. Because once Twitter has it, I will announce it. I will give you ample opportunity to leave before I announce it if you don't want it spoiled, but we don't wait for the TV around here. I don't have the patience for that. I want to get into the analysis right away, and I want to be the first person in Broncos media to get a video out on the players. So, yeah, we're not waiting around for any of that. So, as of this second, we are currently waiting on the Minnesota Vikings. It says the pick is in. I don't quite have it at this second. It would kind of shock me if it's not Emmanuel McNeil-Warren here, to be perfectly honest. Then you've got Green Bay, Indianapolis, Philadelphia, the Chargers, Jacksonville, and Chicago. And it has been announced that Sunday, September 27th, the Cowboys and the Ravens are going to be playing a game in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Very, very fun, man. They had previously been doing the Brazil games in Sao Paulo. Now they moved to Rio. I really like Ralph just because of his size and he's athletic, but not at 62. I love what Roush brings as an inline blocker. That's my biggest selling point on him. So, I'd be okay with him at 62, but my preference would be to trade down. And you've still got plenty of running back options, man. Mike Washington would probably be the only one I'd be cool with at 62, but once you get into that fourth round, you've got your Jonah Colemans of the world, your Nick Singletons, your Seth McGowans. You've got all kinds of options once you get into that fourth round, man. So Denver doesn't necessarily have to force anything at running back. Emmett Johnson, that's another very popular name here in Denver. So, yeah, the running back position is also still quite strong at this point in time. No tight ends and running backs have been taken so far, but there has been a big run on linebackers, and the Minnesota Vikings just took another one. Jake Galday. Oh, that one stings, man. That was probably my favorite linebacker left on the board for the Broncos. Now you're down to Anthony Hill and C.J. Allen. So the Broncos better like one of those guys. Oh, man, that hurts. That definitely stings, but... Oh, not the Bengals, the Vikings. He played for the Cincinnati Bearcats. There we go. Yeah, that's a really good pick for them, man. I think that fits Brian Flores' defense really well. So now we've got the Green Bay Packers on the clock, followed by Indianapolis, Philadelphia, the Chargers, the Jaguars, the Bears, and the 49ers. At this point, I'd say we're a little over 20 minutes away from Denver making their pick. Things are moving at a really, really solid pace right now. Yeah, the linebacker board is starting to get pretty thin here. I think that they kind of view Jake Gaulday as sort of an Andrew Van Ginkel type player, kind of a tweener guy. Looks like Denver's staying pat. Talib was wrong. Yeah, I think Talib was very lucky on his guess about Jalen Waddle. I don't think that he had inside information there, and he was just kind of trying to gas it up again. There's nobody currently inside that building who has connections to Aqib Talib, so I don't know where he'd be getting that inside information from. If there's anybody that Denver would give it to, it's not Aqib Talib. Because who's his co-host on that show on Underdog? Freaking Skip Bayless. You really think that they're going to give Skip Bayless bulletin board material? No. No way. Okay, so we've got another corner off the board in Brandon Cisse out of South Carolina. He goes to the Green Bay Packers. Oh, I'm curious what Marcus Whitman, that franchise guy, thinks about this, because I think this is a reach. I had a third-round grade on this guy as sort of a tweener boundary corner nickel dude out of South Carolina. Ooh, I am very curious to see what Marcus Whitman thinks about this one. It's like, is he a boundary guy? Is he a nickel? With the size, he could kind of go either way. I feel like sometimes he kind of looks like a bull in a china shop in man coverage, but the Packers aren't exactly a big-time man team, so I am very, very curious to see what Marcus Whitman thinks about this one. Linebackers are flying out the window now. Let's play for Sam Roush at 77. Well, Denver doesn't pick 77. They pick 62. And then their next pick after that is going to be 108 in the 4th round. But we'll see if Denver ends up trading down to try to acquire some more picks. But we are just a few picks away, Broncos country. Just a few picks away. So right now the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock, followed by the Eagles, Chargers, Jaguars, Bears, 49ers, Texans, and then Bears again, Rams, and then Broncos. We are so close. Just making sure I've got everything ready to go for when this pick happens. So that way I can get the video out as soon as humanly possible. Keep drafting edges and corners, please. I agree, man. The more edges and corners that come off the board, the better for Denver. They would have been better off giving us that pick for Macmillan. I don't think the Broncos have any interest in moving on from Macmillan. He's ours. They love him as the starting nickel. Could a trade could be a trade fell through that Talib was referencing. Possible, but again, I still strongly question who inside the Broncos building would be feeding Aqib Talib, of all people, information. Somebody who's that close to a guy like Skip Bayless. If I were them, I wouldn't feed Aqib that information. That's just asking for something dumb to happen. I just feel like he was really, really good with his guess on the Jalen Waddle trade, and that's what happened there. Could be wrong. Maybe there is some kind of rat that's leaking shit to Aqib Talib, but that would shock me knowing how the Broncos conduct their internal business. All right, so this point for Denver, if you are indeed targeting off-ball linebacker, C.J. Allen and Anthony Hill. And out of those two, I'd probably go with C.J. Allen. All right. It says the pick's in for Indy as soon as Draft Diamonds has it or somebody has it. We will get it to you. So Philly's on the clock after that, followed by the Chargers. Again, guys, thank you so much for tuning into this stream. I really appreciate it. We've got 49 people in the house. If you could just do me a big favor if you have yet to do so, be sure to smash that like button on this stream as well as subscribe and ring the bell so these videos appear in your notification feed. I would really appreciate it. Those are both free and easy ways to show your support, helps tell YouTube's algorithm to push us out, and it helps us get seen by more and more members of Broncos country just like you and me. You got to remember, if we don't get a tight end we want, we can trade for Kyle Pitts after the draft, and that would be huge. Oh, man, I'm not high on Kyle Pitts. Same problem. He's a big slot player. He's a wide receiver masquerading as a tight end, and I just don't think Denver is going to use him the way he should be used. If there's any indication as to how Evan Ingram was used, Oh, Broncos country's not going to be happy about this. They are not going to be happy about this at all. The Philadelphia Eagles just took Eli Stowers. So that's the first tight end off the board, second tight end overall, first tight end off the board today, second tight end overall off the board. Stowers profiles as a big slot player. He's athletic, he's a good route runner, but he's basically a wide receiver masquerading as a tight end. He's not going to play in line. He's not going to block for you. He's just going to be a pure receiving weapon. And I wasn't a huge fan of that for Denver because I just think they need somebody who can play in line as a tight end, and Stowers can't do that. For Philly, I like the fit. I do like the fit. I like the player, and it's Howie Roseman getting yet another good player. I know people in Broncos country aren't going to be happy about this one, but I'm not going to lose any sleep about the Broncos not getting Eli Stowers. Yeah, I'm not going to lose much sleep about that one. Oh, C.J. Allen's gone too? Ooh, man, he is. Colts go with C.J. Allen. So that's back-to-back picks that Broncos country's not going to be happy about. So C.J. Allen, probably the best linebacker overall left, and things are getting thinner and thinner right now for the Broncos. At this point, you're probably looking at Anthony Hill Jr. out of Texas as kind of a long-term replacement to Alex Singleton. I definitely like that fit. We'll see if he falls to them. They might have to trade up at this point. The linebacker class is getting thinner and thinner and thinner, and I don't think a lot of people expected that. Good pick for Indianapolis. They definitely had a need there, and that was the best linebacker left. So, is this going to prompt Denver to come up? Well, somebody else came up. It is not Denver. It's the Patriots. Okay, they go with a player Denver wasn't going to be targeting, Gage, the edge rusher. So that's not a player that I was really worried about there. So that is good news. That is definitely good news for Denver. Another edge rusher comes off the board. Gage, he goes off the board here to the New England Patriots after they trade up. So we are really, really close, guys, to the Denver Broncos making their pick. All right, so Gabe Jacas, or as I like to call him, Gabe Jackass, comes off the board. Big E says, I'd rather wait and get Jack Kelly in the 6th. Jack Kelly is the best linebacker left. I haven't done much scouting on Kelly. That's one of those guys that if Denver drafts him, I'll scout him. I would be really happy with Washington. So at this point, Washington's still available. You've got Max Clare and Sam Roush still available. Chris Bell at wide receiver. You still have Jennings Dunker and Emmanuel Pregnon on the offensive line available. Anthony Hill is probably the best linebacker left. Or they could wait and get Jack Kelly like Big E's suggesting right there. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at safety, a true first-round graded player, falling towards the bottom now of the second round. I don't think Denver would be going in that direction, but it is noteworthy that a first-round graded player has fallen that far. I tried a ring light. I cannot stand them. They blind me, man. I've tried ring lights before, and I just cannot. All right, so we are currently waiting for the Jacksonville Jaguars. So the Chargers traded down with the Patriots. The Jaguars are now on the clock, followed by the Bears, the 49ers, the Texans, the Bears again, the Rams, and the Broncos. So we've got just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks until the Denver Broncos are on the clock. We're so close, guys. We're so close, I can almost taste it. Ooh, boy. I'm starting to get excited, guys. All right. Anthony Hill Jr., if you're looking towards linebacker, he's going to be the last one. And as far as teams that might take him, you've got Jacksonville here. I'm worried about them. And then after Jacksonville, Texans and Rams are also a little bit concerning. All right, I hope you guys are ready, man. This is an area where Denver could come up if they feel like they need to. And just a reminder, once we have the pick on Twitter, we will be announcing it. We will be spoiling it. We are not going to be waiting for the TV to announce the pick. At this point, I want Mike Washington Jr. at 62. I love that. I would absolutely love that. Sean says he can coach fumbles better than drops or receivers. Yeah, if you feel like you can coach fumbles, Washington is a perfect opportunity for you to put your money where your mouth is. Yeah, that's crazy that Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is still available. This could be a BPA situation, and maybe Denver thinks about taking him. It's not out of the realm of possibilities at this point. I also say that the probability of Denver trading down has gotten a little bit higher with the way the board has fallen, especially with C.J. Allen now coming off. Ethan's not happy about Eli Stowers. Yeah, I was seeing some mocks of him going ahead of Denver, and sure enough, that's what ended up happening. Yes, please do not announce the pick in the chat until I announce it. I already get it a lot earlier than most people do, and so I don't want them to be more spoiled than they already are. Because I know some people out there don't like spoilers. I want to give ample opportunity for the people who don't want the spoilers to exit the stream. Come on, man. More edge rushers, more corners. Oh, okay. We got a trade. The Vikings are sending edge rusher Jonathan Grenard to the Eagles for 2 third-round draft picks. Minnesota gets number 98 overall and a 2027 third-round pick, while Philadelphia gets Grenard and number 244. Interesting. Okay. Howie Roseman, man, he does it again. Getting another really good player on the cheap. That, folks, is why Howie Roseman is the best GM in the NFL. And Philadelphia is going to be signing Bernard to a new 4-year, $98 million deal, which also is great value. With Stowers gone, I'd want Roush. If they really believe in Roush, then I feel like that's going to be the pick. I'd prefer to trade down, but if you believe in him, you take him. It's that simple. All right, so we're still waiting on the Jaguars. Then we've got the Bears, 49ers, Texans, Bears again, the Rams, and then the Broncos. And then after Denver, you've got the Chargers and the Seahawks to round out the second round. I guess Pat McAfee just announced the C.J. Allen pick. Last time he announced a Colts linebacker draft pick, it worked out pretty well. He announced the Bobby Okereke pick. All right, I'm still waiting on Jacksonville here. Oh, wow. Oh, so Jacksonville goes tight end, but they go with a tight end that I wasn't targeting for Denver at this spot. They go with Nate Borkature. Dude, holy crap. I did not see that one coming at all, bro. And I'm not going to lie, I hate that for him. I think that is about as big of a reach as you could get. Like, Nate Borkature is a true inline blocking tight end. He's got the technique, and he provides nice value as a receiver, but you had so many other good tight ends on the board, man. I mean, literally, Nate Borkature was my 15th rated tight end in this class. I had a freaking 6th round grade on Nate Borkature. Yo! I'm not going to lie, this might be my first F pick of this draft. I hate that pick for them. I love it for Denver because that keeps pushing guys down the board like Sam Roush, but wow. That is a stunner. That is actually a stunner right there. Holy crap. I cannot believe they went Nate Borkature. Like, this was a guy that I would have been okay with the Denver Broncos drafting on day 3 if they didn't come away with one of the top tier tight ends. And the Jaguars were like, no, we're just going to go ahead and take this guy in the 2nd round. Oh, wow, man. That's a shock. That is a big shock. Yeah, I really don't like that pick for them. It's like, I had a lot of other tight ends on the board. Marlon Klein, Tanner Kojal, Josh Cuevas, Dallin Bentley, Justin Jolie, Sam Roush, Eli Raridan, Joe Royer. Like, there were so many other tight ends I had ahead of Nate Borkature. That is such a bad pick, dude. It's good news for the Broncos. And listen, overall, I think he's probably one of the best blocking tight ends in this class, but this soon? Really? Okay. We'll see, Jacksonville. We will see about that one. But I would say that is overall good news for the Broncos. So Chicago's on the clock, followed by San Francisco, the Texans, Chicago again, the Rams, and the Broncos. Yeah, that's probably one of the bigger shocks of the draft right there. Roush is 267 pounds, 6'6", and runs a 4.7. You can't teach size. No, and his blocking really is solid. That's my biggest selling point on Roush. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go and use the restroom real quick. All right. We are so close to the Broncos making this pick. So close. Yeah, I still cannot get over that one with Jacksonville. As far as tight ends, it's better to teach a smaller offensive lineman how to block than later see if they can catch. Exactly. Philly is making moves to improve. The Broncos are not doing anything. Chill out. Let's see what they do first before we criticize them. There's still a lot of good players left on the board. So I'm not going to sit here and go crazy just yet. Oh, okay. Well, this pick makes sense. Chicago Bears going with Logan Jones, the center. They lost Drew Dahlman, their starting center, to retirement, so they definitely had a need right there. And I'd say that's more good news again for the Broncos because I don't feel like Logan Jones was a guy that was on the radar for the Denver Broncos. Now, if you're going to go with a center, I'm kind of surprised they didn't go with Connor Liu. Maybe they don't feel comfortable at Liu's medicals. That's another kind of reach for me for the Chicago Bears. Lake McCree, I never got to him. Broncos could do nothing in this draft and still win a Super Bowl. I mean, that is true. That is a fact. Jeff says, I think your scouting has been pretty good and your explanation of why. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I always like to make sure I'm as detailed as I can be. Sometimes I'm not going to get to a player, but when that happens, I'll flat out tell you guys that I haven't scouted the player. Okay, so the 49ers just traded with the Browns. So Cleveland is coming up to pick 58. We'll see what the compensation is. So we've got Cleveland, the Texans, the Bears again, the Rams, and then the Broncos on the clock. So we are getting closer and closer. I have to imagine that Denver will be making their pick around 7:05. Things have kind of slowed down a little bit, it feels like. Going at a little bit more of a consistent pace here. Roush is an effing beast physically, and honestly hope they just take him and don't trade and risk it. See, that's fair, and if they feel like Roush is their guy, then I'd be more comfortable with them just taking him and not taking that risk. I agree. All right, Broncos country. Ooh, this is the point where I'm starting to get a little bit jittery. I'm just ready for this pick to come in so we can break it down and analyze it. All right, we're still waiting on the Browns right here. Last pick was Logan Jones, the center out of Iowa, to the Bears. okay with Roush's arm length. That doesn't really pop up on tape. He still has good arm work, arm placement, so I don't have any issues with his arm size. All right, so the Browns send 70 and 107 to the 49ers in exchange for 58 and 152. Cleveland low-key has had a really good draft this year. Cleveland, they got Casey Concepcion. Came away with Denzel Boston. Came away with Spencer Fano. So far, Browns have honestly had a really, really strong draft. Ooh, boy. Come on, man. Let's speed this up a little bit. You have to also wonder when the Jermod McCoy slide is going to stop. Where did Denzel Boston come off again? Oh, duh, Cleveland. That's right, I just said that. Okay. Come on and hurry up, Cleveland. Warren says, just got on the chat. Who do I like? There are still quite a few players I like for the Broncos. You've got 2 tight ends in Sam Roush and Max Clare. Roush would be my preference. I'd love Mike Washington, the running back out of Arkansas. Chris Bell, the wide receiver out of Louisville. Jennings Dunker or Emmanuel Pregnon, a couple of really good offensive linemen out of Iowa and Oregon, respectively. You've got Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker out of Texas. Emmanuel McNeil Warren is still available. There are a lot of different areas where you could go. Well, it looks like McNeil Warren's no longer available. He is going to the Cleveland Browns. He's staying in the state of Ohio. Oop, I accidentally shut Twitter off. Go back. All right, so Emmanuel McNeil Warren goes to the Cleveland Browns. The last true first-round player that I had on the board. So Cleveland, they are killing it. That is an A-plus pick once again. I have no idea why he fell. I don't know if it was medicals. I don't know if it was off-the-field issues. I'm really not sure what this was here. But whatever it was, the Browns just lucked themselves into a true first-round graded safety. Here we go. All right, guys, so we've got just a few more picks to go. This is getting super duper close. Sounds like the Titans just traded up with the Bears. We're still waiting on the Texans pick. But after that, it's going to be the Tennessee Titans. All right, so it's the Texans and then the Titans. Okay, we've got another blocking tight end off the board. Marlon Klein. Okay, that is interesting. No! Oh, the freaking Titans just got Anthony Hill. No, they just jumped Denver. Oh, no. So Marlon Klein, he's a blocking tight end. That's a solid fit for Houston. Maybe a little bit early, but the big story right there. Oh, man, the Titans jumping Denver for Anthony Hill. Oh, that stings. And that was probably the last good linebacker that was still on the board for the Broncos in this area. So I would say that linebacker probably isn't on the board for the Broncos at this point. I'm looking towards Mike Washington here. I'm looking towards, let's see, maybe Jennings Dunker, Emmanuel Pregnon, Max Clare, Sam Roush. At this point in time, I'd say a trade down scenario is more and more likely, and it now seems that Denver has missed out on all of the linebackers. The Rams are on the clock, guys, so Denver is about to be on the clock literally any minute now once this Rams pick is in. So, just a reminder here, guys, we will be announcing the pick and spoiling the pick as soon as it's revealed on the internet. And after that happens, we're going to be going into video making mode and getting that out on the channel as soon as possible. So the video will probably take about 5 minutes to do. I will be ignoring the chat during that time. Nothing personal, but I want to get that video out as soon as possible. I will also give you guys a bit of a warning to get out of here if you don't want the pick spoiled. Well, the linebackers that Denver were after, pretty much all of them are gone. And I feel like Anthony Hill might have been the guy for Denver right there, and Tennessee was like, yeah, nope, we're going to jump up and get him. I would be okay with Pregnon, Nick. I definitely would. Oh, boy. Do you know if there's any good free agent linebackers that are available that are good fits? I'll have to look at the free agent class again, see who's still available, but this is definitely a big, big blow for the Broncos. I have to imagine they were after Anthony Hill here. Hopefully we can trade down or go Mike Washington. All right, guys, as soon as this Rams pick is in, the Denver Broncos are on the clock. Oh, boy. All right, we are waiting for this Rams pick. At this point, I'm probably pulling for Bryce Betcher later on, or Elam Zor. At this point, you're definitely looking towards day 3 for linebacker. I do like the Nebraska running back Emmett Johnson, but 4th round. Not as big of a fan for pick 62. If they're going to go running back here, I'd want them to go Mike Washington. All right, guys, we are just a few minutes away from finding out who the Denver Broncos' first draft pick is going to be. Or finding out that they're going to trade out of the pick. We'll see. We're going to pick someone unexpected, aren't we? I've learned in this business to expect the unexpected at any given time. So at this point, I'd say nothing is going to shock me. Come on. Seriously, man, the Rams are dragging this one. Ooh, I don't know if Broncos country's going to like this. Max Clare's going to the Rams. All right, so that means the Denver Broncos are on the clock, guys. With Stowers off the board, Max Clare was the best as far as like the pure receiving tight ends that's still left. The Denver Broncos are on the clock, guys. Here we go. So just a fair warning, if you don't want this pick spoiled, I would exit this stream right now. The pick could pop up at any given time, and I will do my best to contain my excitement, disappointment, whatever it is. But it might slip out. So if you guys don't want this pick spoiled, get out, and get out now. And again, we will be going into video making mode as soon as this pick gets announced, guys. Oh boy. What are we going to do? I know some will be disappointed with Max Clare. At this point, if you want Sam Roush, you've got to get him. You've got to get him if you want him. It's that simple. Oh boy, here we go, Broncos country. We are on the clock. It could come at any time within these next 7 minutes. Oscar Delp is an option right there. You've got Kyle Lewis, kind of a hybrid safety linebacker. You've got Mike Washington. Oh boy. Again, we will have this pick at any second now. Mike Washington, please. It's got to be Mike Washington or Sam Roush or Dunker or Pregnon. I'd be happy with that. It's got to be one of those guys. Do they trade down, man? What does Denver do? They're probably going to drag this to the last possible second. And no matter what Denver does here, they don't need an immediate starter right out the box. They just need somebody who can be long-term depth and be a long-term security blanket. But if they come away with a starter here... Oh, hello! We're going back. We are trading out with the Bills. Okay, so the Buffalo Bills, when's their next pick? When is the Buffalo Bills' next pick? It is number 66, so Denver's trading down 4 spots. Denver is trading down 4 spots with the Buffalo Bills. What is the compensation? That's going to be the first part of this. All right, so it's 66 and 182 coming to Denver in exchange for pick number 62. 182. That is going to be a 6th round pick, right? It's either a 6th or the 7th. It's the first pick of the 6th round, so Denver now has a 6th round pick. They are picking up a 6th round pick to move down 4 spots. That means Denver will not pick in the 1st or the 2nd round today. I have to imagine that Anthony Hill was Denver's guy right there, and they ultimately decided to just move down and hope that they can get one of their other guys 4 picks later. So, again, to recap, the Denver Broncos are moving down 4 spots in the draft. They are picking up the first pick in the 6th round, number 182 overall, to do this. Vibe says 6th rounder equals a scrub. That's bullshit. Tom Brady will tell you that that's bullshit. How do you feel the division rivals have been doing, the Raiders, Chargers, and Chiefs? I feel like the Raiders and Chiefs have had really strong drafts, and I like the Chargers' first pick as well. So, here we go, Broncos country. Who is Buffalo coming up for? We trade up with the team that we beat in the playoffs, and we've got to wait just a little bit longer. If they're able to trade down and still get Sam Roush or still get one of the offensive linemen, maybe Chris Bell, I would be super duper ecstatic. If you're moving down 4 spots and getting an extra draft pick on top of it, finally getting yourself back into the 6th round, I'm all for it. Let's just see how the board falls. Who did Buffalo want to come up for? Buffalo's needs right now. They already addressed edge. Offensive line is a big need here. You have to wonder if one of the linemen's coming off the board for Buffalo. All right, NFL.com says the pick is in. It has not come in through Draft Diamonds yet. So once that happens, we'll let you know. I like this trade, especially if we can come away with Sam Roush. Oh, wow. Okay. So the Bills are coming up for a corner. Davison Abigasoon, a corner out of Ohio State. Right about the right spot for him. I had a late second round grade on him, so that makes sense. He's got the size of a boundary corner at 6'2", 189. That's where he predominantly played in college. And Buffalo has lost a couple of corners this offseason, so that makes sense for them. And that's good news for Denver because this is a player that Denver wasn't going to pick. So ultimately, I'd say that this works out for Denver. We'll just see how the board falls for these next 3 picks until Denver picks again. All right, so far so good. Denver was clearly comfortable with the way that the board was going to fall here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it. All right, so guys on the clock ahead of Denver, teams on the clock ahead of Denver. You've got the Chargers, you've got the Seahawks, and then you've got the Cardinals. Those are the 3 teams that are ahead of Denver right now. As far as needs for those teams are concerned, you look at the back end of round 2 here with the Chargers, possibly offensive line. Maybe they go with one of the offensive linemen. Corner, wide receiver. You've got offensive line as well for Seattle. Corner, edge, wide receiver. Then with Arizona, you have to wonder, are they thinking about quarterback? Are they maybe thinking about Carson Beck right there? That would be an ideal situation right there for the Broncos. All right, so overall, I am cool with that. So the Chargers are on the clock right now. All right, so I'm definitely pleased with the Bills pick right there. But we got Chargers, we got Seahawks, and then we got Cardinals. If they were able to get that extra pick and they still are able to come away with Sam Roush, I would be so happy. And quite frankly, I don't think any of these other teams that are ahead of Denver need a tight end. So Sam Roush would make perfect sense right here. I do have some concerns about both of the offensive linemen, Dunker and Pregnon, coming off. That could very easily happen in these next back-to-back picks. This team is sitting in their hands and running it back, Sean. Look, this team is a good team. From top to bottom, they're probably the best roster in the NFL. It's not like they needed to go out and add all these new players. It's all about just reinforcing your depth, and if you can pick up another pick to add another player to reinforce that depth, great. I could see the Broncos trading for another third-round pick. So could I. I could easily see that. I think George wants 2 third-round picks right here. Missing out on so much talent because we're letting the board fall, shaking my effing head. Look, I understand the frustrations, but at the end of the day, you're trading up draft capital, and that means that you're going to come away with less players. You want to completely round out the roster, and smart teams typically don't make aggressive trades up like that. All right, so we're waiting on the Chargers pick. After that, it's Seattle and Arizona. I've got a strong feeling that Sam Roush is still going to be there. If not him, then Oscar Delp. I would personally prefer Sam Roush. That's just my personal preference, but I'm not going to sit here and cry if they get Oscar Delp. I mean, Delp's athleticism is absolutely fantastic. He's got the effort as a blocker. I just feel like he could use some more size to his frame. That's just my personal preference. We got a couple of vet signings coming next week. Book it. I agree. You're going to have to. You don't have enough players on the roster right now. You're going to have to add some kind of pieces in free agency. And if Denver doesn't come away with a tight end, there is still David Njoku out there. What's going on, QB Easy? I'm totally good with this draft. I agree. I think things are falling pretty well. I am bummed about Rodriguez and Lee Hunter not falling, but come on, man. It wasn't realistic that either one of them were going to be there. As long as we're not spending late-round draft picks on basketball players, I'm fine trading back. Yeah. See, I still cannot get over that Caleb Lohner draft pick, man. You had Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt right there. But okay, so the Chargers go with a starting center. They take Jake Slaughter out of Florida. All right, so the Chargers, they lost their starting center, Bradley Bozeman, to retirement. And quite frankly, Bozeman just was terrible last year. So this is an immediate need for the Chargers. Clearly, teams are concerned about Connor Lew's medicals because he has not come off the board yet. He would probably be my top center in this draft if the injuries weren't so concerning. But I'd say that is good news for the Broncos. That is definitely good news for the Broncos because that just leaves Arizona, and I don't think they're taking a tight end here. Sam Roush and Oscar Delp should both be there for the taking. All right, guys, so Arizona is now on the clock. Or actually, no, Seattle's on the clock first and then Arizona, but it's the same thing with Seattle. I don't think that they're taking a tight end either. So we've got Seattle, Arizona, and then Denver. This is the first time since 1995 that the Denver Broncos aren't picking in the first or the second round. I was upset about Rodriguez and Hill. Yeah, for sure. So we ended up sending the 62nd overall pick to Buffalo in exchange for 66 and 182, which is the first pick in the 6th round. I'd be okay with Justin Jolie, but probably a little bit later on, maybe one of the 4th rounders for him. All right, so we're currently waiting on Seattle's pick and then Arizona's pick. Bryce is going to be our pick in the 4th round. I'm totally good with that, man. Bryce Betcher is probably my favorite of the consolation prize linebackers, and honestly, Betcher's not far off for me from Jacob Rodriguez, so I'd be okay with Betcher. I would also be okay with Pregnon. Okay, Seattle's pick is in. They're going with TCU safety Bud Clark. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oh, the board is falling great right now for Sam Roush. Let's go, Broncos country. Let's freaking go. I love it. Let's freaking go! All right, so we've just got Arizona, and I can tell you they're not going to take Sam Roush. So once Arizona is off the clock, it's going to be Denver once again. Will they keep the pick, or will they trade down for a second time? We will see. Shannon was 6th round, right? I want Washington at 66. I would love Washington, man. Washington, Roush, Delp. I would be cool with any one of them. Dunker and Pregnon are still there. Things are working out phenomenally for the Broncos, and maybe you could trade back again. Because if you trade back, odds are at least one of those guys is still going to be there. Try to acquire maybe another 6th round pick in the process? Absolutely. Washington has to be the choice, or Pregnon. Yeah, the draft was longer when Shannon Sharp was drafted. That is an excellent point. The fact that Gage is so amped up is proof we won't take Roush. I mean, you're probably right, to be honest. Okay, so we just got Arizona between us right now. And I could see offensive line. Maybe one of the 2 offensive linemen come off right here. We've got 113 people in the house right now. Thank you guys so much for tuning in live. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. And just a reminder, guys, once this pick is announced on Twitter, we're going to announce it here. So if you don't want the pick spoiled, I would recommend dipping out. And once the pick is announced, we will be going into video making mode, Broncos country. Ooh, boy. We're so close, yet so far away. Come on, Arizona, send in the pick. You're going to have pick of the litter of all kinds of good players right here. Our offensive tackles are getting old, so it makes sense. If you want somebody who's got tackle upside, then Jennings Dunker is going to be your guy right there. I could see them going O-line with Powers being a free agent after this season. And then LPD says Washington would be nice too. I agree, man. Washington would be awesome. Yes! Yes! Arizona took Carson back. Let's go! The Denver Broncos are back on the clock, baby. Arizona Cardinals get their quarterback in Carson back. He's going down to work with Nathaniel Hackett and company. Oh, that is great news for the Broncos. We are back on the clock, guys, so this pick can come in at any time. We'll see if George Paton wants to work some more magic and maybe trade down. I called it, though. I said Carson Beck to the Cardinals at 65, and that is the direction that they go. And that's round 3, pick 1, by the way. So the Denver Broncos are on the clock, guys. As far as players that the Denver Broncos could go after here, you've got Jennings Dunker, you've got Emmanuel Pregnon, you've got Sam Roush, you've got Mike Washington. I would be pleased with basically any of these players. Come on, Denver. Please don't screw this up. Please do not screw this up, Denver. Are they going to come down again? It's very, very possible. Ooh, boy, Broncos country. I hope they pick somebody now. Me too. 101 people in the house as we wait for this pick to come in. And once we have it, guys, we are announcing it. This is your opportunity right now, if you don't want the pick spoiled, to exit this stream. I am giving you that opportunity right here, right now, as we wait for this pick. Somebody just followed me on Twitter. I thought that notification was the pick. Okay, guys. Does Denver want to try to acquire some more draft capital? Or do they just feel comfortable with where they sit right now? After this, Denver is going to have 7 draft picks. My group chat is blowing up right now. We're here, baby. It is time. Let's freaking go. So let me know, guys, what is your dream scenario right here? Vibe Frog says Roush. IP says running back or offensive line or even a defensive tackle here. I don't think there are any good defensive tackles still left. Well. All right, the pick is in, Broncos country. I'm going to give you guys a second to depart if you guys don't want this pick spoiled. With the 66th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Tyler Onyedim, Texas A&M defensive lineman. The Denver Broncos did it again, man. The Denver Broncos just took a player that I had not scouted. I did not scout this guy. He is a smaller player at 6'3", 292 pounds. So this is interesting. This is really, really interesting. This is one of those guys that I'm actually going to have to scout. Wow, Broncos country. This is a shock. And I'm not going to lie. I don't know about this. I really don't know how I feel about this. Wow. So a couple of mocks here. They're comping him to Shelby Harris. Athletic, smooth, moving interior defender. So this screams John Franklin Myers replacement to me. This screams John Franklin Myers replacement. Wow, I don't know how to feel about this. I really don't. So, without further ado, guys, we're going to go ahead and get into video making mode. This is crazy. I did not expect this. I did not expect them going interior defensive line this high. Wow. I got a feeling this isn't going to go over well with fans. Judging by the chat, I can already see it's not going over well. Okay. So, I'm going to go ahead and get up the NFL.com scouting report on him. We're going to have to watch some serious film. Wow. This is a shock, man. I figured they'd be going with a bigger interior defensive lineman, not a guy who's sub 300 pounds. All right, guys. So we're going to be going into video making mode. So if I ignore the chat, that is why. Here we go. We are going into video making mode starting right now. The Denver Broncos traded down from the 62nd pick to the 66th pick, which is the second pick in the third round. And with the 66th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Tyler Onyedim, interior defensive lineman out of Texas A&M. Denver traded down with the Bills. They got pick 66 and number 182, which is the first pick in the 6th round. As far as Tyler Onyedim is concerned, I'm shocked by this pick. I did not expect the Denver Broncos to go with a defensive lineman this high after guys like Lee Hunter, Christian Miller, and Caden McDonald fell off the board. And I'm not going to lie, this is a player that I hadn't done much scouting on, so I am going to have to truly watch film on this player before I give my full and complete opinion. We'll be doing a film study here on the channel, no doubt about that, but let's go ahead and bring in the scouting report here on Tyler Onyedim because this is one that caught me off guard. I did not expect this pick from the Broncos at all. 6'3", 292 pounds, 34 1/8 inch arms, which is pretty solid, 10 1/8 inch hands. He didn't do much athletic testing, but did do the vertical jump and the broad jump, 32 inches vertical and 9'3" inch broad jump. So the overview here, according to Lance Zierlein, is a fifth-year senior who transferred to Texas A&M from Iowa State and made an immediate impact. Onyedim is an impressive athlete with an explosive first step and long arms. He beats blockers into gaps and uses active hands and feet. Oh, there we go. Uses active hands and feet to bypass them, making tackles in tight quarters or down the line. He competes at the point with a stiff punch and powerful upper half to stall blocks. He can set edges, but lacks the lower body mass to be a static defender inside. His pass rush is behind his run defense, but the tools and flashes are promising. Onyedim is a future starter with the athleticism and scheme versatility to play as a 3 technique or a odd front end. Strengths: impressive athlete with good length and plus strength. Versatility to play 3 technique or odd front end. Explosive first step makes him primed for penetration. Can work quickly around blocks or press and separate to set his edge. Twitchy in his upper half to shed blocks with force. Rangy to chase and make down line and open field tackles. Lateral quickness and agility is built for twists, and spin counters come naturally with his rush. So very much sounds like a player who's in the future plans for the Broncos as opposed to the now plans. Very much a John Franklin Myers type replacement here. Lacks typical lower body mass for interior scraps, has to fight harder to hold off downhill run blocking schemes, can be displaced vertically by stronger zone blockers. He hasn't incorporated much to set up his pass rush, and he needs better handwork and earlier counters to open up rush lanes. So this player seems like he's got some work to do before he becomes that true difference maker on the defensive line for the Broncos. And I'm definitely going to have to do a little bit more scouting here before I give a complete grade on this, but I'm shocked that they went with a smaller defensive lineman at this point. You still had Sam Roush on the board at tight end. You had several good players who were available, and this is ultimately the direction that Denver decides to go. And we'll see if George Paton and Sean Payton get proven right here, and I have to imagine Vance Joseph also had heavy influence on this draft pick. Let me know, guys, how do you feel about this pick in the comment section below? I would love to hear from you as always. Be sure to smash that like button as well as subscribe and ring the bell so these videos appear in your notification feed. I would really appreciate it. Those are both free and easy ways to show your support. Helps tell YouTube's algorithm to push us out, and it helps us get seen by more and more members of Broncos country just like you and me. And until the next pick, guys, I'm your host, Gage Madrid, saying peace out. Okay, so that video is now recorded. Thank you guys for bearing with me there. We will go ahead and get back into the chat as soon as we upload this video. But to say the least, I am shocked by this pick, man. And I'm not going to sit here and say I'm disappointed because, again, I really need to scout this player further. But talk about a pick completely out of left field, man. So again, just bear with me here. This isn't going to take super duper long. Wow, guys. Leave it to Sean Payton. For bearing with me. Oh, in the next couple of days, definitely expect. Let's see, is the next pick in after the Broncos? Just check that real quick. Okay, so the Eagles go with offensive tackle Markel Bell, and the Raiders go with Auburn defensive end Keaton Crawford. Okay, so overall, that's still going pretty well for the Broncos. Now I just got to create the thumbnail real quick for this. I just got to insert a photo into it, and we're all good. Personally, just seeing his initial size in his current weight, if he's got good playing at his current weight. But I already know that Broncos country is probably collectively disappointed with this pick. It fills a need. It definitely fills a need, but I thought the team had more belief in Ioma Uwazurike, but Uwazurike himself is a bigger-bodied player. Maybe that factors into things here. I have no idea. Alright, thumbnail is done. We are finishing this video out right now, and then we will go ahead and get back into the chat. Thank you guys so much. Go ahead and make this public here. Screw the checks. I know it's good. All right, boom shakalaka. The video is out, guys. So that is my gut reaction right there. Okay, so obviously not the direction that we thought the Denver Broncos were going to go here. I'm seeing a lot of shock in the chat right here. He was mocked in the 4th round by Chad Ryder, JFM replacement, long arms, big hands. He plays well against the pass and the run. I'm fine with him. Never heard of him. I agree with being surprised by this pick. Is he skinny? Could he bulk into his frame? I don't even know who this is. I mean, I knew who he was, but I didn't scout him in depth because I didn't think this was the direction Denver was going to go. Once again, they blindside me and take me completely by surprise. They do this each year. I think it's on purpose just to keep everyone on their toes. Watching him now looks really quick for a guy 292. Yeah, I can't wait to dive deep into the film here. I'm definitely going to be doing some of that tonight. It seems like all his weaknesses are very fixable. He needs to gain about 25 pounds. I guess they like the his arm reach. I don't know who that is. You had a free tight end just like last year. Wash, Rouch, Cook next year, just like the tight ends we skipped on last year. Yeah, that's true, man. Am I muted, or can you guys hear me? Max says I'm muted. My computer's saying I'm not, so let me know if I'm muted, guys. Well, Sam Rouch is gone. He goes to the Bears, 69th overall. I knew that he wouldn't last long. I knew he sure as hell wasn't going to last until the 4th round. So, Sam Rouch is gone just a few picks after the Denver Broncos select Tyler Onyadim, or Onyadim is how you pronounce that last name. But Sam Rouch is gone, man. That is tough. 49ers are now on the clock with pick 70, and the Commanders after that, followed by the Bengals and the Saints. So, yeah, that makes it sting a little bit more. I'm not going to lie. I like the decision to trade down, so that makes it a little bit more tolerable. But, man, that one stings. It really does. Oscar Delp is still available, so that's probably your best bet as of right now at tight end, unfortunately. Okay, not muted. Very good. All right, so pick 69. Sam Rouch goes to Chicago. Let's see, is the video already getting reactions? Looks like it is. So at this point, I'd say it's a little bit premature for me to actually grade this pick. Because again, I really need to watch more film on the player. But those of you who have scouted this player, please let me know what you think. If you haven't scouted this player, let me know what you think as well. I would love to hear all of your thoughts in the chat. Why would they even take a tight end? They have Loveland. Well, in the modern day NFL, you want to operate with multiple tight ends. Over the past few years, teams have been pivoting more towards 12 personnel and 13 personnel, which is 2 and 3 tight end sets. So you've got to have multiple tight ends that do different things. Loveland isn't exactly an inline blocking tight end, and that's what Sam Rouch is going to do for you. They've still got Cole Kmet there as well, so I have to imagine it's going to be a lot of 13 personnel packages for him. Unless they trade for Pitts or get a free agent, I'm not going to lie, I hate Kyle Pitts to Denver, man. He's not a tight end. He's a freaking wide receiver, and that's okay if you use him as a wide receiver, but I already know Denver's not going to. They're going to force him to play as a tight end where he can't block, he can't function as an inline guy. I will say this, though, Broncos country. The last time that the team took a defensive player out of Texas A&M, it worked out pretty well. That was Von Miller. So we're kind of hoping that maybe we can get somebody who can at least give us 25% of what Von Miller did. Okay, I'm seeing a little bit of his tape right now, actually. Good hands, working through the rush, able to swim through a double team. Okay, I'm actually liking this tape. Here's a rep where they got him at zero technique lined up over the center, and he completely beat him on an inside move. All right, so Phil Maloney just tweeted out some tape on him, which is awesome because that gives me some all-22 that I can use here. Hell yeah. So, honestly, we might even do a film study. We might even do a film study on Tyler tonight. So we're still waiting on the next pick here, but the Denver Broncos at 66 overall go with Tyler Onyedim. I'll have to learn how to properly pronounce his last name. Yeah, the general consensus on Twitter right now is not very good. Cole Kmet on the trading block now? Yeah, that's very possible. And that might be somebody Denver could be interested in low-key. Or David Njoku. At this point, David Njoku, come on down. You are the next contestant for the Denver Broncos' never-ending tight end cycle. But if they were to call about Cole Kmet, I wouldn't hate that either. Oh yeah, David Njoku would be a dream come true. I wanted him in free agency regardless of what Denver did in the draft. So I think at this point, David Njoku to Denver just got even more possible. But at the end of the day, like we said before this pick was made, the Broncos didn't need to come away with an immediate starter here. It's a luxury. It's nice that they were able to, but it wasn't an immediate need. So we'll see what the long-term plans are here for Tyler. All right, so Antonio Williams, the wide receiver out of Clemson, comes off the board to the Washington Commanders. That is interesting. So the Commanders, they lost Deebo Samuel to free agency. And as far as wide receivers go, I mean, you probably could have done a little bit better right there if you're Washington. You probably could have maximized your value a little bit more with a guy like Chris Bell. But if you're looking for a slot guy, Antonio Williams definitely provides that. So that is where things stand right now. Williams comes off the board to the Commanders. And that is pick number 7 in the 6th round. And then Romello Height, the edge rusher out of Texas Tech, came off the board to the 49ers. That was a need for them, so that's a pick that definitely makes sense. We'll go ahead and update the graphic here in just 1 second. That was number 7. There we go. F it. Let's take running back and get Njoku, and we're completely stacked. Seems like a no-brainer. And inside linebacker. Well, you're definitely looking towards the 4th round for inside linebacker. Guys like Bryce Betcher. And that's where at running back you're going to have guys like Nick Singleton available. Jonah Coleman. I know people really like Jonah Coleman here in Denver. So you're going to have a lot of different options at running back as we get closer and closer to the 4th round. And guess who's still available? Mike Washington. So, if Mike Washington somehow falls within striking distance, it would not surprise me at all if the Denver Broncos traded up from 108. That would not surprise me at all here. So right now, we're at pick number 72. You're probably not going to trade up to this point, but if we get towards the 90s and Mike Washington is still available, I could easily see them coming up. Yes, barring a trade, the Broncos are done for the night. But again, barring a trade. But still looks like Twitter's kind of freaking out about the Broncos pick here. So I guess Tyler Onidim? I'm not sure how to pronounce that last name. I never figured that one out. But he played soccer and was a goalie, and he was a basketball player coming up. So, multi-athlete player. So, technically, they did draft a former basketball player. Oh, I'm not going to lie. That's pretty funny. Still got 63 people in the house as we wait for the rest of the evening to unfold. Thank you guys so much. Again, as of right now, the Denver Broncos are done, but they could trade back up into the third round. That's not out of the realm of possibilities. So some had him projected in the third round. Others had him projected in the fourth round. So for some, it's going to be a perfect area where he was picked. Others, it would be a slight reach max. For me, I didn't scout him enough to establish an actual grade on him. So I'm really going to have to continue to watch film on this guy. And some film has popped up on Twitter that I can watch. So we'll probably have a film study out on him. If not tonight, then tomorrow after the draft is over, but I'll maybe try to get one up tonight after everything's said and done. Who's the best player at this point? Best player overall that's still on the board? Low key, it's probably Emmanuel Pregnon. So that's still folding out pretty well for the Broncos too, the way that the offensive line is coming out. Listen, man, I'm never going to be upset about building up the trenches. That is how you build a winning football team. You build it from the inside out. I understand that fans are going to be upset about this, but if he pans out for you, regardless of my limited scouting on him, if he pans out for you, then this is going to turn out well. Getting a good defensive lineman is kind of like shopping for socks, man. It's not something you want to do, but it's sometimes something you have to do. Or getting socks on Christmas. It's not always something you want, but it's definitely something you need. All right, another DB off the board. Tacario Davis out of Washington. He goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. So Davis comes off the board right here. Update the graphic in just 1 second here. Yeah, somebody who probably profiles as a slot guy, but has size to play boundary, 6'3", 192 pounds. But given Cincy's current need right there, I could probably see him sliding to the inside because they've got some solid boundary corners in my opinion. And that's good news for Denver because it pushes offensive linemen down the board. It pushes running backs down the board. So you're still in pretty good shape there. It pushes Oscar Delp down the board. We have the DN from last year too. We're going to be deep as heck on the D-line. Well, Savion Jones, he's an edge rusher. He's not going to play on the interior for you. He's strictly an outside linebacker, edge rusher, pass rusher player. Real Young says he loves this pick. I imagine I'm going to fall in love with it more and more as I watch the film. That's typically what happens with trench players for me. But that's my luck, man. The Broncos draft one of the players that I didn't scout. And Oscar Delp is gone. Saints just grabbed him. that sucks. That definitely sucks. So it's looking more and more likely that Denver's just going to run things back with its current tight end room, which completely and totally stinks, man. That is the one room where I was hoping they'd make some moves. Justin Jolie's still available, so that's nice. Dallin Bentley is still available as well. So Bentley can step in and immediately be a Y for you. That's probably your best option as far as a Y is concerned. And then as far as a receiving tight end is concerned, Justin Jolie is probably your best option there. So at this point, it's looking like it's David Njoku season in Denver, baby. Let's go. I mean, low-key, I would be really, really happy with David Njoku here. That would make me super-duper over the moon, so I would not be upset at all if that happened. Oh, Giants just traded up and got Malachi Fields. All right, so they just got a weapon for Jackson Dart. Giants have had a super-duper active draft. In the second round, they came away with Colton Hood. In the first round, they came away with Arvell Reese. And didn't they also come away with another guy? Yeah, they came away with Francis Maui-Noah. Low-key, man, the Giants are having a super-duper strong draft. 6'4", 220 pounds. Gives them that big-bodied X-wide receiver in order to complement Malik Neighbors. I really, really like this pick for the Giants. I think that this fits perfectly for what they're trying to do from a schematic perspective. Harbaugh's always liked his bigger-bodied wide receivers, and another one comes off the board right here. All right, so Malachi Fields is off the board. We needed a JFM replacement. Yep, and that's what they just got right there. Well, then this just makes it even more of a need to get Njoku. Yeah, I agree. I guess we grabbed Jolie. Not mad, just not a position I thought we needed. I mean, you did lose a starter there, so it's not the worst idea to reinforce the trenches, so I'm not going to sit here and complain about it. I don't believe that a Kyle Pitts trade's going to happen. I just don't think Pitts profiles well in Denver. He's not a tight end. He's a big wide receiver, and Denver's not going to use him as a wide receiver. Okay, so Tyler Onyedim scored an 8.31 relative athletic score out of a possible 10.00. This is ranked 386 out of 2,278 defensive tackles from 1987 to 2026. That's not bad. That is not bad at all. Longer arms and big hands reminds me of Elvis Dumerville. Hopefully the Broncos don't fumble the bag with him like they did Elvis, man. Damn you fax machines. I mean, the consensus was third or fourth round for him, so if it was a reach to get Tyler Onyedim, it wasn't a massive reach. Okay, so right now, we've got the Miami Dolphins on the clock, followed by the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and the Indianapolis Colts. And just a reminder, guys, the third round is the first round where comp picks come into the equation. We've got 4 comp picks in this round, 33, 35, 34, 35, and 36. Minnesota's got 33 and 34. Pittsburgh's got 35, and the Jaguars have 36. So we still have a ways to go here in the third round. I think we're at a safe spot where I don't think Denver's going to come up and do anything. So I am going to step away from the screen for just a second, guys. I'm going to go and take a bong rip. I will be back, and we will continue to break down the rest of this third round. So thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. I will return in T-minus 90-ish seconds. All right, we are back. Excuse me. Let's see here. Okay, so the Dolphins go with Texas Tech wide receiver Caleb Douglas. That is another player that I did not scout, so I am not going to give an opinion on that one. Miami definitely needed weapons, though. They obviously just traded one of their wide receivers to us, and they cut Tyreek Hill. So, yeah, definitely makes sense. Get Malik Willis as many weapons as you can. So we got back-to-back wide receivers coming off the board here. Malachi Fields to the Giants, and now Caleb Douglas goes to the Miami Dolphins. Boom shakalaka. Dallin Bentley would be okay, I think. Yeah, I'd love Dallin Bentley here. That's probably the best you're going to be able to do as far as a wide tight end at this point in time. Kyle Pitts fits as a wide receiver, not a tight end. Exactly. And I already know that if Denver were to get him, they would not utilize him as a wide receiver. So it's just not worth it to me. Ulysses Bentley at running back. I like him as sort of a later on option. I've got other running backs that are higher on the board. And Jermod McCoy continues to slide. Teams do not feel good about that ACL. And according to Pro Football Doc, Dr. David Chow, it seems the bigger concern might be a cartilage issue with him. That's kind of historically how that goes. Obviously, Chow doesn't have any inside information, but he's got inside knowledge being an NFL team doctor for all these years. And if they don't feel good about the cartilage, that's kind of a long-term durability concern, and that's probably why McCoy has slid this far. Somebody's going to get a really good player at some point in this draft. I mean, McCoy has first-round talent. Oh! The Steelers just took Drew Aller. Oh my god, dude. That is a Pittsburgh Steelers draft pick if I have ever seen one. I might have to bring in the TV and listen to the Steeler Nation reaction to that. Holy crap. I thought this could have been a Carson Beck destination, but Arizona took him instead. And now the Steelers... Okay, that is pretty freaking hilarious, man. I'm not gonna lie. So you've got the unstoppable quarterback tandem of Drew Aller and Will Howard. And you might still have Aaron Rodgers in the mix, too. Yo! Oh, man, I cannot imagine the Yinzers are too happy about this. Oh, that is freaking hilarious, man. That is absolutely hilarious. He's like the epitome of a mid-round, mid-tier quarterback. His arm talent's good, not great. Yo, that is freaking hilarious to me. We still got 32 people in the house. Thank you guys so much. Again, we're still waiting. If the Denver Broncos make another pick, they're going to have to trade back in to do it. Here we go. Here comes Joey Porter Sr. and Joey Porter Jr. Steelers are getting absolutely bullied and punked in this draft. You love to see it. Big facts, man. This is hilarious to me. Oh, this is the pick they got from Dallas in the George Pickens trade. Okay. God, the Yinzers are going to be so pissed at this.
With the 76th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Drew Allen, Penn State quarterback.
Yep. That went about as well as I expected. Yinzers hate that pick. All right, so that is now the third quarterback, or fourth quarterback off the board. Oh, there goes a player I like. Chris McClellan, defensive tackle out of Mizzou. Bigger body dude that I definitely would have been interested in for Denver. As far as remaining options at defensive tackle, that probably was one of your better ones right there. That blows. And I believe McClellan took a top 30 visit to Denver, if I'm not mistaken. I know that was a very popular name that was being talked about on certain outlets here in Denver. So that one does sting. That one definitely does sting because I really, really liked McClellan. 6'4", 313 pounds. You could maybe put another 10 pounds on him. He's got he could play a 3-tech. He's got a swim move, a rip move, a bull rush, and I really liked his size, good length, and he's got speed to boot, man. His technique a little bit all over the place, but yeah, a player that I really liked and would have loved to have seen in the orange and blue. So that one sucks. That one sucks for sure. So now we've got the Indianapolis Colts on the clock at 14, or at 78-14 in this round, followed by the Atlanta Falcons at 79, the Ravens at 80, and the Jaguars at 81. We're going all the way down to pick number 100 for tonight, so we've still got a ways to go, Broncos country. If you could just do me a big favor and smash that like button on this stream as well as subscribe to the channel, I would really appreciate it. Those are both free and easy ways to show your support. Helps tell YouTube's algorithm to push us out, and it helps us get seen by more and more members of Broncos country just like you and me. And in order to get Chris McClellan, the Packers traded up with the Bucs. They sent number 84 and 160 to Tampa Bay in exchange for pick number 177. Love the Pittsburgh slang and the Yinzers. Yeah, man. I got nothing but respect for them. All right. I have to imagine that Denver probably is done. All right, Colts go with a safety, A.J. Halsey out of LSU. So I believe they lost Nick Cross at safety during the offseason, so that does make sense from a need perspective. And He is the best safety that's left on the board. Bud Clark went a little bit earlier. I had him kind of right in that same area. Safety isn't the position that I paid the most attention to, but some of these back-end guys, I did get a look at Halsey. Ultimately, I did have kind of a high second to mid-second to high third round grade on him. So overall, I'd say this is pretty much where he would have gone. 5'11", 215 pounds, kind of profiles more as a box player. So he now comes off the board at 78 to the Colts as most likely a Nick Cross replacement. And that's pick number 14 in this round. This seems like a run-it-back draft. Well, that's been the approach to this entire offseason for the Broncos, so we shouldn't be shocked by that. Like I said earlier, it was a luxury if Denver was able to come away with an immediate starter, not a necessity. Denver has the most well-rounded roster in the entire league right now. Was it our fourth that went to Miami for Waddle? I believe it was. Ooh, Zachariah Branch is off the board. He is staying in Georgia and going to the Atlanta Falcons. So, that's another weapon for whichever quarterback ends up starting in Atlanta. Personally, I believe it's going to be Tua Tagovailoa. So, complimentary piece. Probably going to play on the opposite side of Drake London, but London also slides into the slot quite a bit. So, I don't know if they plan on utilizing Branch as an X or a Z when they slide London into the slot. But that's more good news for the Broncos. I don't think that was a player that was on the board for Denver. And that continues to push guys like Mike Washington down the board. Jennings Dunker, Manuel Pregnon. I can't believe we haven't seen one of them come off the board yet. Oh, that was right. It was the fourth swap, and then we sent the third. That's right. Yeah, so I imagine with Branch, like, they'll probably kick him. I don't know, because, like, London plays slot too. What are they going to do with him? No, it was the first, third, and the swap. So both of our fourth round picks are towards the top. We've got the first pick in the fourth round, or no, not the first. It's the, like, fifth or sixth, maybe? Let me see. Let me look. It's not the first. We got the first pick in the sixth. It's the 8th and the 11th pick. So 108 and 111. Okay, so we've now got Baltimore Ravens on the clock, followed by the Jaguars, the Vikings, the Panthers, and the Buccaneers. We're a little bit under halfway through the third round as of right now. Ooh, here's a really good rep from Tyler Onyedim. Really good inside swim move. Beats the guard. Ooh, and a spin move right there against the left guard for Texas. He seems to have good instincts in the run defense, a good knack for where he's going. So I definitely like that. So overall, I feel like this is going to be a pick for the Broncos that I fall in love with as time goes on. Rodney says, I hope we get Coleman. If they do, I'd kind of hope that they trade down one of their 4th round picks, and maybe if he's available in the back end of the 4th round. I could see that. Ooh, wide receiver off the board. Jacoby Lane out of USC. He's going to the Baltimore Ravens. That feels like a reach to me. That legit feels like a reach. I had a 5th to 7th round grade on Jacoby Lane, dude. 6'4", 200 pounds. So definitely can play outside for them. 4'4", 740. I mean, I don't know, man. Feels like a player that could have benefited from another year in college. I don't know if I like this fit from Baltimore. This feels like kind of a D-plus pick. I like the player. I feel like he could have, again, benefited from another year in college. I low-key hate the fit. So that one is very, very interesting. It's kind of like the Falcons with Zachariah Branch. What is the fit? What is the vision here? When you get a conditional pick in next year's draft for a player signing elsewhere, do those come from the teams that signed the player, or how are the pick numbers determined? No. So these are picks that are literally free picks awarded to you by the league. They do not come from the team that signed that player. But the way they're determined is by the salary of the player that signed. If you net lose a player to a high salary, then you're going to get a higher compensatory draft pick. Next year, Denver is going to get the 4th round pick for JFM and the 7th round pick for PJ Locke. But those are determined by how much money they got at signing from their new team. And if Denver signs a free agent that's a net equivalent in terms of value, then they wouldn't get that compensatory pick. That's actually one of the main reasons why Denver didn't sign some free agents this year, is because they wanted to get those compensatory picks for JFM and for PJ Locke. Yeah, I don't know about this Jacoby Lane pick, man. This feels like a big-time reach. But the Ravens are kind of one of those front offices that have earned the benefit of the doubt. So we'll see. All right, so it looks like the Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock, followed by the Vikings, the Panthers, the Buccaneers, and the Steelers. See, how's the video doing for Tyler Onyadim? All right, video is looking pretty good. Awesome sauce. 1 out of 10. I will always take that. So as far as needs for Jacksonville, they're the next team that's on the clock. Linebacker, definitely a need. Edge rusher, defensive lineman, offensive lineman, safety. NFL.com says the pick is in for Jacksonville, so we should get that any second here from Draft Diamonds. We should get Daquan Wright. Maybe, but we'll see if Denver maybe wants to go after someone like that in the 4th round. Come on, Jacksonville. You've drugged this out several times, man. It feels like Jacksonville is taking it right to the last minute. Perhaps they're entertaining some trade down scenarios. That is definitely possible. So that's currently who we're waiting on is Jacksonville. I have no clue why Pregnon fell this far. I figured he'd be gone by now. So that is good news. Because he might be there towards the beginning of the round. Of the fourth round. Well, I'd say that the reaction to Tyler is a little bit more positive than I initially thought. I thought Broncos country was going to completely lose their mind at this one. All right, the Jaguars pick is in. Albert Regis, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M. So that is some slight bad news for the Denver Broncos if they wanted to go with another interior defensive lineman. And for the record, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibilities here. I think it is possible that the Denver Broncos go with another interior defensive lineman, but maybe not the one of Albert Regis' profile, as he's very similar build to Tyler Onyedim, 6'1", 295 pounds, so actually a little bit shorter than Tyler Onyedim is. In a 4-3 system, I feel like he could probably slide in and almost be an edge rusher. But in this system, it would be a defensive end type of situation. I'm curious to see how Jacksonville utilizes him because they just traded for another defensive lineman in Rook Orororo. So that's the most recent pick right there. Albert Regis, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M, to the Jacksonville Jaguars with pick number 81. Vikings are now on the clock at pick number 82, followed by the Panthers, Buccaneers, Steelers, Chargers, and Dolphins. I am curious, is this the first NFL player named Albert to be drafted since Alberto Cuebanam? Let me know, because that is not a common name nowadays. Albert. I'm trying to remember if there was some other Albert that was drafted between Alberto Cuebanam and Albert Regis. I like his blocking upside. Well, you'll sell me with that right there. I just feel like maybe a little bit later on. Like, maybe if you're thinking about potentially that 6th round pick that you just acquired, then you could think about it. All right, so Albert Regis is the most recent pick. We're now waiting on Minnesota. Looks like KOA Radio just did an interview one-on-one with Tyler Onyedim, so we'll have to check that out. Also, guys, we probably will be going live for Sean and George Payton's press conference. I'm not going to be able to bring in the video, but I will be able to bring in the audio from that presser. Yeah, Mike Washington's still there, somehow, some way. I can't imagine he's going to last a whole lot longer, unfortunately, but he is still there as of right now. Could Minnesota maybe be an option for him as Aaron Jones is aging? But you never know, man. Maybe Mike Washington is within striking distance. I feel like if he falls within the 90s, Denver might be able to trade up with one of those 4th round picks. Come on, Minnesota. We're dragging this thing out a little bit now. Yesterday, it felt like there was no dead air. It felt like we were just picking and analyzing, and there wasn't really any stopping points. But today, it kind of feels like it's getting drug out a little bit. Perhaps they're trying to fill the airtime on TV. All right, so Tyler Onyadim says that he anticipates playing 3 technique in this system. So, yeah, definitely figures as a John Franklin Myers replacement. Come on, man. Keep falling, Mike Washington. Keep falling, please. Okay, defensive lineman comes off the board here to the Vikings. Dominique Orange out of Iowa State. So Orange actually was one of my top defensive linemen that I still had available. And another one of those bigger body dudes, 6'2", 322 pounds. The height might not necessarily be there, but the actual mass and size is. And so he's going to step in and be a nose tackle for them right away. That one is a slight bummer, but nose tackle wasn't exactly what Denver was after there, unless it's maybe somebody who's bigger than 330 pounds. And as of right now, there's nobody that I'm truly after that fits that bill, at least at this point in the draft. So this one doesn't hurt Denver too bad, which definitely is a good thing. So now that's actually the second interior defensive lineman. That's the second interior defensive lineman that Brian Flores and the Vikings have taken. They got Caleb Banks in the first round. Kind of surprisingly, they were able to look past the injury concerns with Caleb Banks, and they were like, nope, he's our guy, man. And now they get Dominique Orange alongside him. It's very clear what the long-term vision for Minnesota is. Keep building through the trenches, and that's the smart thing to do. So now we've got the... Okay, and Chris Brazzell, the wide receiver out of Tennessee, comes off the board to the Carolina Panthers. Seems that NFL.com is moving the fastest right now as far as getting the picks in. So, looks like we might be going to them from now on. So, Chris Brazzell comes off the board here out of Tennessee, 6'4", 199 pounds. So, that's the size for a Z receiver at the NFL level. The speed stands out right away at 4.37 40. And he's got flashes of a guy like Christian Watson at the NFL level. Definitely a deep threat, but he's got to get his route running a little bit more refined. That's probably the one big knock for him. But considering that they've got Teteroa McMillan as an outside X guy, having Brazzell step in as a Z guy, maybe even as a bigger slot player, that totally makes sense for them. So we are moving, Broncos country. Feels like the pace is finally starting to pick up a little bit more, and we have a little bit less downtime, which is good. Second in Tennessee. There we go. Washington really struggles in pass pro, which may be hurting him. Well, that's not a real problem for Denver because they've got R.J. Harvey on the roster and J.K. Dobbins. Both of them are good pass protectors, especially Harvey. But I feel like Washington's pass pro is a little bit underrated. Like, it's not incompetent. He's not like Cam Scadaboo out there who can't block to save his life. And that shocks me with Scadaboo because he's a physical runner. Why aren't you such a good blocker? I don't get it. Why don't you put forth the effort as a blocker? I don't know. So, I feel like for Denver, that's not a big concern for Washington. And if teams do feel that way, great. That just pushes them further and further and further and further down towards us. You think we'll trade back into the third? I don't think so. But like I said earlier, if Mike Washington falls in that 90 range, that's when Denver can at least start to think about it. If not Mike Washington, maybe Jennings Dunker or Emmanuel Pregnon. I am super shocked that both of those guys are still available. Like, there's got to be medical concerns that we don't know about, or there's got to be, like, off-the-field stuff. I have no clue why both of those guys are still on the board, quite frankly. Yeah, Takario Davis is gone. He went just a little bit earlier. Bengals ended up getting him, so Buccaneers are on the clock right now, followed by the Pittsburgh Steelers once again after they got Drew Aller. Then the Chargers, the Dolphins, the Jaguars, and the Bears. And just a reminder, because there are comp picks at the end of this round, we go 36 picks in this one. We're taking it all the way up to pick number 100. We got the Steelers on the clock at pick 85 right now. We're waiting to see who Tampa ended up taking. So that's where things currently stand. Okay, it looks like the Browns are trading up with the Chargers, so we still need Tampa Bay's pick. We need the Steelers' pick, but after the Steelers, it's going to be the Cleveland Browns, not the Chargers. Kind of feels like Twitter's fallen a little bit behind, honestly. Even Draft Diamonds is kind of dragging ass a little bit. So we're currently waiting on the Buccaneers. If Washington is still available when we pick again, there's no chance we take him. I don't know, man. If they don't take him in the 4th round and he's still there, then clearly they don't like him. And they just feel differently than I do. Come on, Tampa Bay. Hurry this one up. As far as the Cleveland Chargers trade, the Chargers are sending pick 86 to Cleveland in exchange for 105, 145, and 206. So, Chargers net 2 extra picks right there. That's a really solid trade for them, in my opinion. Okay, so the Bucs are going with Ted Hurst, the wide receiver out of Georgia State. I had heard some potential first-round buzz on Ted Hurst. Personally, I did not buy it. I didn't think that he was going that high. I figured maybe 2nd round that was possible, but no, he falls all the way towards basically the back half of the 3rd round. That one is a little bit interesting to me, but Tampa Bay, they did have a need just at least for some depth at wide receiver because they lost Mike Evans. They've got Tez Johnson there. They've got Emeka Egbuka there, Chris Godwin, Jalen McMillan. So it's not like this was a huge need for Tampa Bay. But the value is good right there at pick number 84. The value is really good. Hey, guy we drafted looks good. Great tackler. Yeah, I've seen a little bit more film of his on Twitter. So I'm excited to really start diving into this here, and we'll get into that. So the Broncos have a bit of a different vision for Tyler Onyedim. Onyedim said 3 techs, so they're going to have to straighten out what they're actually going to do with him as far as role. All right, so we're waiting on the Cleveland Browns. They came up with the Chargers, sent them 2 picks to come up in this one. So there's a player that they must really feel good about right here. It's Austin Barber, the tackle out of Florida. Why here? You could have got him in the 4th. You might have even been able to get him in the 5th. You got Trey Zune still there. You got Caleb Tiernan, J.C. Davis, Carver Willis. What are you doing? And the Browns took a tackle yesterday. What are you doing, Cleveland? You didn't need 2 tackles. You really just needed 1. They took Spencer Fano in the 1st round yesterday. I don't like this both from a reach perspective as well as a why now? Like, what are you doing? That one's a little bit confusing to me. I'm not going to lie. You had better tackles on the board. You had Jennings Dunker right there. Like, Jennings Dunker would have been perfect. Baxi, thank you so much for the $9.99. Really, really appreciate it. Help keep the lights on here at Broncos Syndicate. That's a bizarro land kind of pick for me. The fact that you traded up for him too? Well, if you're going to get a depth tackle, you might as well get one with more immediate starter upside. It's like, why? I'm confused by that one. I am legitimately confused, and it's pick 22, not pick 21. Yeah, this one's kind of a D-grade pick, man. You could have done better. You could have got Trey Zune. You could have got Caleb Tiernan. Isn't Markel Bell still available? Carver Willis is. I know that. What are you doing? That feels like a stereotypical what the fuck Cleveland pick. That's really what that is. Ha! The photo that NFLTradeRumors.co just posted of Austin Barber, I think it's with Jeremy Crawshaw. That's pretty funny. Yeah, so I don't like that pick for Cleveland one bit. I feel like that's a reach when you had better tackles on the board. Okay, no, that's right. Markel Bell went to Philadelphia, but still, you had other good tackles that were there. Like, why not Jennings Dunker right there? It's good news for Denver. That pushes him further. Okay, so the Steelers are going with Georgia corner Dalen Everett. Former 5-star recruit, man. 6'1", 196 pounds. 11 PBUs last year. Really solid player, and I feel like he could press. He can be physical. How the Steelers want to utilize him remains to be seen, but they still got Joey Porter Jr., who actually announced the previous draft pick. He might come up and announce this one too. So Pittsburgh Steelers adding to their DB room with Dalen Everett out of the University of Georgia. And that's pick 23 in round 3. So that's more good news for Denver. Keep pushing Mike Washington down the board, baby. Oh, we got another blocking tight end off the board, Will Kakmarak. Maybe a slight reach, but given the recent run on blocking tight ends, not necessarily. Because clearly the team is looking for the next, the tight end out of Georgia Tech last year, Jackson Hawes. Teams are looking for the next Jackson Hawes, who came in and was really, really good as a rookie for the Buffalo Bills. So I think that's what everybody is just trying to find out there, is the next Jackson Hawes. And he profiles really, really well, man. 6'5", 260 pounds. That's the build for a blocking tight end. I'm a little bit bummed that Denver missed out on him because he would slide in and just be a really good immediate 12 and 13 personnel tight end, and I want to see Denver run more 12 and 13 personnel. So yet another blocking inline wide tight end comes off the board right there to the Miami Dolphins with Will Kakmarak. No! And Emmanuel Pregnon is gone. He's going to Jacksonville. Oh, man. So Max Kakmarak, he's gone. Or Will Kakmarak, and then Emmanuel Pregnon. That sucks, man. That absolutely sucks. I was hoping maybe Pregnon would fall, but you still have Jennings Dunker. I'm crossing my fingers at this point that Jennings Dunker falls. That is a bummer, man. Denver native. So that one does suck. So now that Jacksonville has their pick in, Chicago is on the clock. And then you've got the 49ers, the Raiders, the Cowboys, and the Rams. Have any running backs been drafted tonight? Let's see. I don't think so, right? No running backs tonight. So Denver still is in pretty good shape as far as that's concerned. And right now, my top running back is going to be Mike Washington. I wouldn't say that the pickings are completely slim just yet. They're getting slimmer, but they're not completely slim just yet. And that's pick number 24, not 25 in the round. Still got 32 people in the house watching the end of this third round. And now we're starting to get towards the area where if Denver is going to make a move up with one of those fourth round picks, it might happen right about now. So the teams that you have ahead of Denver, you've got the Bears, 49ers, Raiders, Cowboys, Rams, Dolphins, Patriots, Seahawks, Vikings twice, Steelers, Jaguars. And then you come into the fourth round, Bills, Raiders, Jets, Cardinals, Chargers, Texans, and 49ers. These are the teams that are picking ahead of Denver at this point in time. Denver's next pick is the 8th pick in the fourth round, which is pick 108 overall. Yeah, both of the Notre Dame running backs went yesterday. Jeremiah Love went to the Cardinals, and Jadarian Price went to the Seattle Seahawks. What? What? The Chicago Bears just took Xavier Thomas, a slot man return option that I had an undrafted free agent guard on. What the hell? Like, I legit had an undrafted grade on him. He's got a 4.28 40. That's a plus, but he's a terrible route runner. Like, literally, he runs a straight line. That's it. What? Is this the right player? Did Draft Diamonds get this right? Literally, I had an undrafted grade on this one. What are you doing? Yeah, this is the right player. Xavier Thomas out of LSU. What? Legit. I had an undrafted grade on him. Like a potential late day 3 guy if he did get drafted at all. Mostly for his upside as a return specialist and his straight line speed. But as a receiver, what is he going to bring to the table? At this point, virtually nothing. Yo, this is like... What are you doing? I would love to hear E.J. Snyder's evaluation on this. Part of the bootleg football duo, and he's a die-hard Bears fan. You know what this screams to me? This screams the Bears drafting Velus Jones in the 2nd round a few years ago. This is literally the same thing to me. You just drafted a guy in the 3rd round who can't play. I mean, he's fast, but he's not a good football player. What are you doing? Seriously. Ryan Poles, in my opinion, is one of the worst GMs in the league, and he got bailed out by Ben Johnson last year. I don't think that he's going to get bailed out again. Man, that is such a bad pick, dude. That is such a bad pick. You had Chris Bell still on the board. Hell, if you're going to go return, man, why not take Caden Wetchin at some point in round 3 or on day 3? At least he'll provide you some upside as a receiver. What are you doing? Seriously. That is such a terrible pick, man. That is a burnt draft pick. Again, it's good news for Denver because it pushes guys down the board that we really like. But you gotta laugh at the stupidity and incompetence of some of these teams, dude. Damon Bankston in the early 7th round out of UNM. I have not scouted him, Devin. I will always root for anybody coming out of the crappy state of New Mexico, so... Wow! Kalen Black, the running back out of Indiana, comes off the board. I don't think anybody expected that one. Not a running back that I feel like was ever on the radar for the Denver Broncos. And the 49ers just took him right here at pick number 90. That's crazy. So Mike Washington is still there, guys. So the Broncos pick in the 4th round. They don't pick again until tomorrow unless they trade back in tonight. Maurice, so the Broncos ended up going with, oh man, I always screw up his last name. I've got to get it right. Tyler Onyedim, O-N-Y-E-D-I-M. Defensive tackle out of Texas A&M. Smaller player, but seems to be a really good run defender. I hadn't done really any initial scouting on him, so this pick kind of caught me by surprise. But his tape that I've seen just in these last few minutes, really solid as a run defender. Has some nice moves at the line of scrimmage. Good dip move, good spin move. So we'll see how it goes, man. I'm going to be breaking down his film, and I'll be putting out that film study. And I can give you more of an in-depth opinion on him. That's who you wanted Denver to get, Lord Biscuits? So Jennings Dunker is still there. Chris Bell is still there. Mike Washington is still there. So that is definitely good news for the Broncos. If you can get Mike Washington in round 4... then you're winning. All right, so the Raiders are now back on the clock. According to NFL.com, their pick is in, so we'll have that any second. Followed by the Cowboys, the Rams, the Dolphins, the Patriots, the Seahawks, and then you got your 4 comp picks. So the Vikings twice, the Steelers, and the Jacksonville Jaguars. These are comp picks that were awarded to teams who lost free agents last year. I've been watching Onyedeem's highlights. He's a great run defender with a good dip. He's got really good speed for his size. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing on the initial look right here. Phil Maloney tweeted out some tape, and somebody else tweeted out some tape as well. So I will definitely be getting into that tape once we're done tonight. I think people are going to be more pissed when Denver goes for linebacker next instead of running back or tight end. Well, as long as that linebacker is Bryce Betcher, I'm okay with it. If they go with a linebacker that isn't Bryce Betcher, I might have some problems. I see our Broncos got a new little toy when he's ready to be a starter. Mendoza, Broncos defense, going to definitely welcome him into the NFL for sure. I think the Raiders are going to do their best to avoid that happening in year one. In an ideal world, I believe Kirk Cousins will be the starter all year long for the Raiders. But as we all know, we don't live in an ideal world. So realistically, we're going to probably see Fernando Mendoza at some point this year for the Raiders. Okay, so we are currently waiting on the Raiders and then the Cowboys, the Rams, the Dolphins, and the Patriots. And once the round is up, guys, I will go live for Sean and George Payton's press conference. I won't be able to bring in the video, but I will be able to bring in the audio. Kyle Lewis is a realistic option for Denver's next two picks. Yeah, but I like other players personally. Like, if Mike Washington's still there, you've got to go after him. At this point, if Jennings Dunker is still there, I'd say you have to go after him as well. What's the deal with Kyle Pitts? Any update on him? Nothing new on him. I don't believe that's a direction Denver's going to go in, but you never know. Nope, Mike Washington is still there, Snarf Bucket. I haven't watched a whole lot of Aiden Fisher, to be honest. Broncos don't go after players we like. I mean, they stick to their guns, man. You've got to respect it. Talib said the Broncos are going to make a big splash during the draft. Do you see that happening? I'm going to be honest, no. I kind of think Lieb was talking out of his ass right there. I think he got lucky and guessed the Jalen Waddle trade, and now people are taking him seriously. I said this before. He doesn't have any connections to the current Broncos building. I don't know who in the building would be feeding inside information to Aqib Talib, especially when his co-host on that podcast is Skip Bayless. I don't think anybody wants information to be blasted out there by Skip Bayless. Okay, Raiders beefing up their offensive line. They go with Trey Zune. So, Trey Zune is a guy who's got tackle and guard flex. We'll see what the Raiders want to do. They've got a needed right tackle, so they could play him there, or they could possibly kick him inside the left guard and replace Dylan Parham. I know that Jackson Powers-Johnson is going to be one of their starting guards as well. They've got Tyler Linderbaum, who they signed at center in free agency. So this is a good reinforcing piece for them. They've got Caleb Rogers there, who they drafted last year. He's going to be in the mix, but yeah, the Raiders desperately needed trench help if you're going to have any chance of Fernando Mendoza succeeding. So I call this a really solid pick for the Las Vegas Raiders. And a much better pick than who the Browns came away with. I can guarantee you that. The time to make a big splash is long past. Yeah, I generally agree. When is the Broncos' 4th round pick? So they pick at 108 and 111. So the 8th and 11th pick in the 4th round. I like Talib. I like Talib a lot. One of my favorite Broncos growing up. I just don't think that he's a guy we should necessarily be listening to when it comes to getting fed inside information. Okay, so the Cowboys go with Michigan edge rusher Jyshawn Barham. I believe that Dallas's entire draft to this point has been defense, and we were talking about this in the chat yesterday. Dallas's entire draft really should have been defense from the jump, so yeah, makes sense for them. They had basically the worst defense in the NFL last year, and they're able to reinforce it. So we are now getting into these last few picks here of the 3rd round. I don't anticipate the Broncos coming back up, but you never know at this point. Who do the Raiders have at wide receiver? So I'll go ahead and pull up their depth chart here. So currently they've got Trey Tucker at wide receiver. He's probably their quote-unquote wide receiver 1. They've got, sorry, stupid ads. Gotta turn off my ad blocker. Bastard. So they got Trey Tucker. They signed Jalen Naylor as a free agent. They've got Jack Besh, Dante Thornton Jr. They've got Derek Young, Shedrick Jackson. Philip Dorsett is still kicking in the NFL. He's there. Justin Shorter, who can play receiver and tight end. And they've got Brendan Rice, son of Jerry Rice. That is the current state of the wide receiving core. Yes, unfortunately, Merlot, Sam Roush is gone. The Bears got him. And Oscar Delp is also gone. Okay, so Rams bolster their offensive line a little bit. Keegan Trost out of Missouri. So you're kind of entering the point where most of these tackles who are available are kind of mid-tier guys. I still can't believe that Jennings Dunker is available. That shocks me. He might slide to the Broncos at 108. And if he does, then Denver would be stupid to not take him. So Keegan Trost comes off the board here to Los Angeles. And that is the 29th pick in the 3rd round. So we've got 7 more picks to go. Still got 41 people in the house. Thank you guys so much. What time does day 3 start tomorrow? 10 o'clock in the morning. So we'll be going live at about 9:50 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Steelers are now back on the clock. They just traded up. It appears that they just traded up with the Los Angeles Rams. They had pick number 35 in this round, 99 overall. So it looks like they just came up to pick 93. Pittsburgh is on the clock right now. Or actually, I'm sorry, they came up to 94. And this is actually the 4th round pick that Denver sent to Miami. Or the 3rd round pick that Denver sent to Miami. So this is Denver's 3rd round pick here that is now going to Pittsburgh via Miami. I mean, at this point in time, I have a lot of concerns about the Nuggets, Devin. Nikola Jokic isn't shooting well, especially from 3. And if Jokic isn't shooting well, that's going to be your death sentence. Aaron Gordon's calf is acting up. Is he even going to play in this next game? Most likely no. You're not getting anything out of Christian Brown at this point. The coaching's been terrible. So I have big-time concerns about the Nuggets. Who do you think is having the worst draft so far? I mean, I'll have to go back and look at the grand scale to see who's been drafted by who. I know that people are going to negatively grade the Rams draft because of Ty Simpson, but that's a question that you should probably ask me again once the draft is over and we can look at the grand scheme of who got who. Who are some of your favorite all-time players, Broncos or not? Well, as far as Broncos are concerned, obviously Peyton Manning, Von Miller, Champ Bailey, Ryan Clady, Manuel Sanders, Demaryius Thomas, Derek Wolfe, Chris Harris Jr., Aqib Talib, Justin Simmons. Non-Bronco players, I know that I'm going to get hate for this, but I am a Tom Brady fan. I always have been. Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, strictly on the field, not a fan of the crap that Aaron Rodgers says. Oh man, Chris Bell comes off the board. So that's the last wide receiver that I was really interested for the Broncos. If they go wide receiver at this point, I would not be happy. So that's the last true wide receiver that made sense for the Broncos. And that is Miami after they traded up. Or no, the Steelers traded up with the Pats. Okay, so Miami picked Chris Bell, and now the Pats are on the clock after trading with the Steelers. So this Chris Bell pick right here is the third-round pick that Miami got from the Denver Broncos in the Jalen Waddle trade. So that's the second wide receiver that Miami has drafted in this draft. And like I said, that was one of the few remaining receivers that I would have been interested in the Denver Broncos getting. Yeah, Jokic is getting owned by Gobert. Absolutely ridiculous. What do I think of the Steelers taking back? It's kind of your stereotypical Pittsburgh Steelers mid-round pick, man. Or no, they didn't take back. They took Drew Allar. The Steelers took Drew Allar. The Cardinals took back. And another tight end comes off the board, Eli Raridan out of Notre Dame. He had some medical concerns, but I had a fourth-round grade on him. I personally would rather the Broncos go in the direction of Davin Bentley if they were to go tight end, maybe Justin Jolie. So I'm not too upset about this one from the Broncos' perspective. But that is yet another tight end off the board. Eli Raridan goes to the New England Patriots. So at this point, like I said, for tight end, Denver probably is looking in the direction of a Justin Jolie or maybe a Dallin Bentley. Miami's going for Arch. I don't know, man. I think there's a non-zero chance that Malik Willis pans out for them. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibilities that Malik was able to develop in Green Bay. So Benjamin Albright just tweeted this. There's still running backs and linebackers available for Denver tomorrow. With tight end, maybe you roll low-cost day 3. You do a dice roll on a guy like Michael Trigg, that's possible. But I'm definitely looking at Dallin Bentley at tight end. Oh, trade details to come. The Seattle Seahawks just tweeted that. Seattle's next pick is 35. The Vikings have back-to-back picks after the Steelers. We'll hear what the Steelers' next pick is. This is going to be the second third-round pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then you got back-to-back for the Vikings. You've got Seattle, but it sounds like they may have just traded that pick. And then you've got Jacksonville to close out the round. Okay, so Seattle is trading number 96. They're trading it to the Steelers for 99-216, and that's it. Okay, so Steelers came up, they're on the clock. Vikings twice, and then Seattle's on the clock. That's where it goes right now. I think Miami will get Darian Mensah next year. Oh, man, I've been sitting for too long. No! Jennings Dunker's gone. Oh, man, the Steelers just took Jennings Dunker. No! That sucks, man. I was really hoping that Dunker would fall to the Broncos. He was within striking distance too, but the Steelers are the team that pulls the trigger, and they come up for him, man. That sucks. He's got guard and tackle flex. He's a mauler up front. I see him more realistically as a guard, but he was right there, man. He could have been your long-term Ben Powers replacement. That one stings. That one really, really stings. Damn. So now at this point, I'm really banking on Mike Washington for the Broncos. That is the big, big player that I am hoping can fall to Denver somehow. If Mike Washington's gone, then that's when the pickings start getting slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. I see Arch Manning going to the Saints. I don't know. I don't think Tyler Shuck is going to be bad enough to get him to the number 1 overall pick. I actually think Tyler Shuck's pretty good. I think in an ideal world for the Saints, yeah, sure, but... So the best draft picks that are still available, I mean, at running back, you definitely have Mike Washington. As far as wide receivers go, Skylar Bell's still there. I like him. Bryce Lance is still there if that's the direction you want to go. Colby Young is still available. As far as tight ends, you've got guys like Dallin Bentley still available. He could be an inline wide tight end for you. Joe Royer is still available, maybe a little bit later on. Jennings Dunker, that's a big-time loss, man. That is a big-time loss. I was hoping to come away with him somehow. And then you move into the defensive side of the ball. Things are just getting really slim right now. On the interior defensive line, you've got Tim Keenan maybe still available. Dante Corleone. Grayson Halton is still available. I like him. Caleb Proctor is still available. But, yeah, things are getting a lot slimmer. Linebackers, you've got Jimmy Rolder, Caleb Ellams-Orr, Bryce Betcher. I really like Betcher. So, yeah. That's kind of where things stand right now. Kyle Lewis is still available. Kind of a hybrid cover backer safety type dude. Jonah Coleman is still there. No, they're not going to be able to get a third for JFM. It's going to be the 4th. It's dictated by the size of the contract that he signed. All right, so we've got the back-to-back picks for the Minnesota Vikings, the Seattle Seahawks at 99, and then the Jaguars at 100 to close out the evening. Yeah, man, rest in peace, DT, for sure. Thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight. I greatly, greatly appreciate it, guys. It has been an absolute blast, and we're ready to do it again tomorrow, guys. We'll be live for the remaining 3 rounds of the draft, rounds 4 through 7, analyzing every single remaining pick, and when the draft is over tomorrow, we will be making videos on every undrafted free agent that the Denver Broncos sign. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. The Broncos historically have had a lot of success with undrafted free agents, so hopefully they can come away with another good one this year. Good teams out there really treat undrafted free agency as the 8th round of the draft, and that's where Denver's been able to make some hay before. So the TV's still got to drag out, I think, like 30 minutes of airtime, so it might be a few minutes before we see these picks come out. What'd you think of the Chiefs trading up for Delaney in the first round? I mean, it was a move they kind of had to make because they lost Trent McDuffie to the trade with the Rams. They lost Jalen Watson. That's 2 starting corners, so they really didn't have a choice in the matter. I am bummed, though, because I really do like him. All right, we got another tackle off the board. Caleb Tiernan out of Northwestern. He goes to the Vikings. That's the first of 2 picks for the Minnesota Vikings. So we'll see how long it takes before the next pick is announced. Tiernan would have been a guy I liked, and again, a much, much better tackle prospect than the Cleveland Browns taking frickin' Austin Barber. And then the freaking Bears going with Xavier Thomas, dude. Kyle Lewis is an intriguing player, man. Runs a 4.53 40. Has some flashes maybe of Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah as sort of a tweener player. So Kyle Lewis could be an intriguing option if he falls. Okay, so Vikings, their next pick is Miami defensive back Jacoby Thomas. Kind of a hybrid safety corner type player. So that is the second of back-to-back picks for the Vikings. All right, so now we've got Seattle back on the clock and Jacksonville to close out the evening. So we've got 2 more picks left if the Denver Broncos are going to trade back into the 3rd round, which at this point in time I strongly doubt is going to happen. Xavier Thomas steal the draft. I disagree, man. I see a player with straight line speed who doesn't run routes. Just basically a guy with return man upside. I had an undrafted grade on him. If he was going to get drafted late day 3, the fact that they utilized this high of a pick on him, I don't get it. And it's got serious vibes of them drafting Velus Jones in the 2nd round a few years ago. Like, serious Velus Jones vibes. So yeah, we'll see how that one pans out for them. All right, so Seattle's pick is in. They're going DB, man. They're going corner. Julian Neal out of Arkansas. That is interesting. I'm assuming he's going to play on the boundary for them. He's got the size of a boundary corner. All right, so we got one last pick for the evening, guys, and it is the Jacksonville Jaguars. And thankfully, that is not the player out of Arkansas that we're targeting. Mike Washington is still there. Dude, freaking Xavier Thomas, that is such a bad draft pick. All right, Jags, how are we going to finish off the night? And it's another corner. Maryland corner, Jalen Husky. All right, so for the Denver Broncos, I would say that Mike Washington is the top player that I am targeting that is still on the board. If they can somehow, some way come away with Mike Washington tomorrow, I will be over the moon. All right, so Husky goes to the Jaguars. Probably figures to be a depth corner for them for the most part. Mike Washington could very well be there at 108. He might be, man. And if that happens, then things are going to work out really well for Denver. At linebacker, I'm still keeping an eye on guys like Bryce Betcher, maybe Caleb Ellerms or Jimmy Rolder's an option there. So there are still some good linebackers available. On the defensive line, you still have Grayson Halton. If you want to get a bigger guy, you've got Xavier Harris, guy out of Mississippi, but that's probably a little bit later on. Interior offensive line, the Pickens are getting a little bit slimmer there, but Connor Liu is an intriguing option. He's somebody who fell mostly because of injuries. Offensive tackle, Nolan Rucci is still available. Diego Pounds, Travis Burke, Drew Shelton, those guys are all still available. At tight end, I'm keeping an eye on Dallin Bentley, Justin Jolie. Those are the guys that I am definitely keeping an eye on. So there are still some good, intriguing options for the Broncos that can provide both immediate as well as long-term impact. So, all right, guys, we are done for the evening. We're going to be going live once Sean and George Payton hit the podium. Again, I won't be able to bring in the video of that presser, but I can bring in the audio of that presser. That's exactly what we're going to do. So hopefully you guys can tune in for that one. Until next time, be sure to smash the like button on this stream as well as subscribe and ring the bell, so these videos and streams appear in your notification feed. I would really appreciate it. Those are both free and easy ways to show your support. Helps tell YouTube's algorithm to push us out, and it helps us get seen by more and more members of Broncos country just like you and me. If you want to go above and beyond in supporting the channel, please consider becoming a YouTube channel member, or even better, a supporter on Patreon. Links to do both are in the description below. We will see you tomorrow at 9:50 a.m. Mountain Standard Time for the Day 3 live stream, where the Denver Broncos, as of right now, have 7 picks to play with. So it's going to be a busy day tomorrow. Really looking forward to it.